in room for batters coming in. When you look up, 4 men around the bat, and players are in the circle, not too far away.
I think for the remainder of this game, Stacey, and this is the type of feel that we will see, given the assistance that the wicket is given, especially to the slower bowlers.
Turn again. Paul really getting the ball to talk this morning.
Got the ball to talk since yesterday afternoon, Stacey, and in that short spell.
After that dismissal, end of the over, 43 for 3. Sorry. I wonder if batters will rethink a sweep shot after the turn and ball. What do you think, Asa?
As I mentioned, some of the batters, they were successful in their attempts to sweep. So Jordan Johnson, a couple of occasions, nailing that sweep shot. But what we have seen also is that some batters have been dismissed. The likes of Ramdo, even Jordan Johnson himself. So it's a shot that I think if you practice it as we were discussing yesterday, then you are able to execute it in a match situation more often than not. The problem is that if it is a situation where a player isn't practicing it as much and trying to use it as a get out of pressure sort of shot, and that is where the problem exists for most of these batters.
2 men in the eye line of Ramnath. Looks to sweep, was there. Not sure if he got some bat into it, on it. Adrian Ware gives chase. They're looking for a third. It's a good call in the end. It's a good run in between these two.
It's definitely a good early call there from Rambaran. He was coming to the danger end and he had the pace to really make it in the end.
By signal by Ryan Banwari.
That 152 definitely looking a long way off at this point in time. Yesterday when Jagasa and Ramlal was at the wicket, it appeared to be within reach because of the quality of that opening partnership, but since then we have seen a mini collapse here from Trinidad and Tobago as this one is taking the inner portion of the bat. They're giving chase. 2 runs to Rambaran.
Yeah, these two really need to forge a partnership for Trinidad and Tobago. We spoke about wickets falling, back-to-back wickets really falling. I mean, apart from a night's rest, really, 3 wickets fell in quick succession for Jamaica, for Trinidad and Tobago, sorry.
The start they were hoping for. We just need a partnership here. That is looking increasingly difficult within the type of tone that we are seeing from the surface. As the 28th over comes to an end, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 49 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Powell to continue. Cut gets it in the gap. Don't think it has the legs to get to the boundary to pick up 2.
It's just a bit short there from Powell. Whenever you're short on this wicket, it gives the batter a lot of time to really go back on his back foot and punch this one through cover. The outfield mentioned it yesterday. As quick as it usually is.
Cut once more, but I was well out of his reach as it prodigiously. And was heading to the first.
Wondering if there's a case for him to come around the wicket and do the deliveries into Rambaran and get it to turn away. So far, he has been prepared to stay over the wicket. He actually got the wicket of Ram, the bowling over the wicket as well, so not sure how soon he will try that different option.
Yeah, definitely a case for that, Osman, but given that he's picked up the wicket bowling over, we'll probably just continue there. Nice single taken by these two. Finishes the over, scores 52 for 3.
What a tidy over there from Powell. A couple of deliveries on the shorter side. We want to be as full as possible. Give the ball a bit of air. You've seen that whenever that is the case, he has been able to turn the ball a bit. So I think the length that he bowls is going to be very critical. So far, Rambaran taking most of the strike in this partnership.
The sweep. Where gives chase. Wait on the signal from the umpire. See if it's leg buys.
I don't mind that sweep option on that occasion. The leg spinner coming into Rambaran, so he's actually playing the ball with the spin. He's on the line of the middle leg stump. So that was a good offer there in terms of trying to play that sweep shot.
Sweeps this time. I think he made sufficient connection. It won't get to the boundary. Alex Hines. It's a good throw back to the keeper. Pick up 2 more.
I also think that the key to playing these sweep shots to these deliveries outside the leg stump is that you want your left leg to actually cover the line of the ball. So in the event that you miss, then your pad is actually there. But what we have seen so far is some of the batters, they're just not getting that left leg further outside the leg stump. So in the event that they miss, we've seen some bowl around their legs basically. So it's very important the position of your left leg as a batter, especially the right-handers.
Redwood is getting the ball to turn. He's not getting the line that can really trouble the batters. On that occasion, it was slow, it turned, but it was short. And he was able to just punch that into the cover area, well, to mid-off rather. That's much better there. I think you can work with that line. And if you get to turn from there, that line and length, the fielders around the bat might be in business. So that's a better finish to the over. 54 for 3, 29 overs bowled.
Yes, the length that he bowls is very important, because what we have seen is that whenever he's short, the wicket is slow. You're seeing slow turn really. The batter has the opportunity to just negotiate whatever turn is there. But if he brings the batter onto his front foot, then he gives those close-in fielders more opportunities of getting a catch, even the wicket keeper himself. So, need to flight the ball a bit more and get it in the right areas there, Redwood.
Good start there from Powell to this over.
Continue to get the ball to turn Powell.
It's too full. And beat the man at mid-off.
That's a very good length. Batter there. Not sure whether to come forward to that one or the situation he actually went back. Rambaran. So good pressure to find this over. Rambaran here just need to play with a straight bat. I want to play across these deliveries because of the amount of tone Owen is getting. It's a leading edge.
I was too short on that occasion. It turned, but because of the length, Rambaran was able to get back and punch it once more. So, just to get it up to these batters, just a bit fuller. Since these two, I think runs have been scoring quite free. It's probably one of the first few made over since Rambaran and Ramna partnership.
It's a very good over there from Powell. I actually like that last delivery though. It's on the line of the leg stump, but because of the amount of tone that he's getting, it's still a very dangerous delivery. And I think it was well played by Rambaran as well, playing it with a straight bat. The tendency might be, because it's on the line of the leg stump, you might be looking to walk it through the leg side, but he played it straight, and that's a very good over there from Powell.
Aggressive shot. I believe that will be the first boundary in Trinidad batting innings so far. Nicely played there from Rajiv Ramnath.
Well played there. I think the bowler would be slightly disappointed he didn't manage to prevent that from reaching the boundary. But he was struck powerfully from Ramnath, a flighty delivery, and he just punched it down the ground aggressively. So a good start from him. His total now is 58 for the loss of 3.
Cut this time, can't beat the gap. Nice stop there by Justin Peckford. Tumbling save from him.
Again, I think the bowler looking for that dismissal around his legs. Ramnath has to be very careful. I've seen the leg break from Redwood Town quite a bit. sweep shot once again. It needs to be precise and needs to be selective.
So 58 for 3. He was driven for 4 in that over. And I think he sort of pulled his length back while really now. You can't be afraid of being driven really, especially when you're top of the game. You need to be full of length for these batters. That is actually what will cause problems. As short as it is, the more time they have to assess the turn, dissect the turn accordingly.
I don't think the leg spinner would mind the right-handed batter driving, especially with those players stationed at first and second slip. So he has support in his slip, and even that the batter makes a mistake.
So that area that Powell is operating on, that's a good area. If bounces and turn from there, it can easily take. It's 2 full this time. With disdain by Andrew Rambaran to pick up a second boundary for Trinidad and Tobago this morning.
Yes, Powell there trying to mirror his dismissal to Ramdo, looking for that flighty delivery and bowling Rambaran around his legs, but unfortunately for him it was too full on this occasion. And Rambaran doing what any top order batter should be able to do, put away that full toss over a long leg region for his first boundary. Trinidad and Tobago 62 for the loss of 3. Come back from Powell so far. Finding the right line, length on those couple of deliveries.
That's it, Andrew.
So 62 for 3. 32 overs. I wonder if Powell comes back from this end, if he think about coming around the wicket, as you mentioned earlier, to because he's reading it quite well from that angle.
Yes, I think coming around the wicket would open up the number of dismissals you can actually get in terms of the LBW bowled and even caught in the slip. If he's bowling from over the wicket, more than likely he's looking for a catch in front of the wicket. When the bowl around his legs, LBW is going to be very difficult with the amount of turn he's getting to get an LBW dismissal. So that's something for him to think about.
That took the outside edge. Wait to see the signal, but it turned a lot past the man, past the keeper and the slip as well. By signal.
It's another good delivery there from Redwood, pitching on the line of the leg stump and spinning past the outside edge, beating everyone really. Seen that delivery from him on a number of occasions now. I don't think we've seen it consistently enough, especially this morning.
Short, next back, cuts it well. Pick up 2 more. So runs flowing nicely. There's a loss of those 2 quick wickets this morning by these 2 who were quite astute against the spin bowling of Jamaica.
Yes, both of these batters like to score. Free scoring batters. It's a matter of being selective in their approach. Whenever the opportunity presents itself, to take advantage of it. So we saw Rambaran putting away a full toss in the last over. There was a delivery short and wide, and Rambat was able to go back and punch it through the covers.
And with the way they've gone about things, slowly but surely they're getting those close-in fielders to be removed by the skipper. See Adrian Ware, who was a forced slip, has been removed and put in the cover region. So a lone man in the slip now, Jordan Johnson. Driven again, just where he's been placed. The ball goes to him.
That's always going to be the case as long as the batters are able to pick up the singles and the occasional boundary. The captain will have no choice but to remove some of the close-in fielders and try and plug some of the other gaps in the field.
.66 for 3. 33 overs have been bowled so far. Trinidad and Tobago.
It's a very promising partnership here for Trinidad and Tobago. These two batters, as we mentioned, it's looking to build somewhat of a partnership together. Try and get the Trinidad and Tobago total as close as possible to that 152. You see Powell continuing from over the wicket.
On the line of the leg stump. Goes to sweep. Just a bit too directed there by Powell. To get away.
I think he's still focused on trying to get a similar dismissal to that of Ramdo, the previous delivery. But that line of that last delivery, I think that is where he needs to be a bit more often.
Straight to that man, Justin Beckford. Got it well. Won't get to the boundary though. 2 more runs to the total. So I mentioned the turn that he's getting, but every time the pitch a bit too short, it gives the batter enough time to just get back and cut it. So the over is finished. 68 for 3.
I don't know how long the captain will be able to persist with Powell. I think he did. He's done a reasonable job so far for the captain. I just think that seem to be giving the batter that one delivery per over where they can actually score from. So, but the spinner Alex Hines will not be too far away from the bowling attack. This one is walked out to mid-wicket region there from Ramnot. Redwood continues from the backway end.
These two have played the spin bowlers solidly so far for Trinidad and Tobago.
A bit of a quicker delivery there from Redwood. change up from what we have seen from him so far. Rambaran gets it away for a leg by. Spoke about the bowling options of Jamaica. Wondering if we'll also see maybe a seamer. Edwards normally goes well with the old ball. Or even Mead. Just to find something different really. As you mentioned, both batters seem to be getting used to the spinners. So at least bowl a spinner from one end and rotate the seamers from the other end.
2 full and driven in furiously by Rajiv Ramnath. Some pressure being applied here to the Jamaican team after picking up those 2 quick wickets this morning. And this partnership is doing quite well for Trinidad and Tobago.
Another good shot there from Ramnath. Was not the best delivery though from Redwood, a full toss. Ramnath not looking to hit it too hard. Just punched it really between the man that cover and mid-off. A well-paid boundary.
That's it, Rajiv. Looking good.
Yeah, all of a sudden it seems like nothing's happening for the bowlers, wasn't it? After display yesterday of the spinners and a bit earlier this morning, these two have settled down quite nicely. Full delivery. Won't get to the boundary. One for Trinidad and Tobago. Back 3 of them. It's good running by these two.
Yes, good run in there from Rambaran once again, calling through his partner there for the 3rd run. It's a big side of the ground. We mentioned that side also being the quickest in this match. Showed up there once again, but another good over from Trinidad and Tobago. Runs getting a bit easier to score at this point. It's a bit of momentum injected into their innings as we see the score being 77 for the loss of 3 wickets. 78 actually.
Powell will continue. A lot of deliveries to the left-hander. Facing the right-hander Rajiv Ramnath. Let's see how it goes. Too short, pull, but straight to that man who's been placed there.
Yes, I think Powell is pulling down a couple of deliveries in his last couple of overs. I don't think he's a frontline spinner, he's the opening batter. But he was tasked with giving his captain a couple of overs. So what we see from him is that at times he does offer that scoring opportunity for the batters.
So a change of angle from him, going around the wicket this time with hope that it'll bring more luck. So that's better there from Powell around the wicket to Rambaran, sorry. Drive it, was just trying to keep it out.
We spoke earlier about this option of coming around the wicket station and seem to have heard us.
Yeah, but if you bowl that around the wicket, it should surely be dispatched and done nicely by Rambaran. So another boundary.
It's a bit of freebies coming into the bowling here from the Jamaicans. We've seen quite a bit of full tosses. It's good from the Trinidadian perspective that they've been able to dispatch these to the boundary. We saw Rambaran dispatch one on them down to long leg earlier. This one hit over deep mid wicket for another boundary. So bit of sloppiness coming into the Jamaican bowling effort.
It's much better. That's where he needed to be previously.
It's a bit of inconsistency really from Powell. He's bowled some very good deliveries. And he's also bowled some very ordinary deliveries at times.
Too short on that occasion. Can't find the gap. So 82 for 3. This partnership moving along nicely. Small victories for Trinidad and Tobago. Started with 4 men around the bat. This partnership. Now there's just 2.
Yes, a partnership of 40 between these two. Rambaran and Ramnath. Rambaran is on 16. Ramnath is on 17. So both batters scoring in this partnership. We're hoping to continue in that vein for the next couple of overs. Even beyond that, try and get us close to this 152 made by Jamaica.
A change of bowling, as you suspected, would be the change. I think that's Alex Hines with the ball in hand from the backward end.
Something had to be done by the captain. Scoring was becoming a bit easy at times with Redwood and Powell, so captain opted for Alex Hines.
Not the best of starts. Too wide as well. Rajiv Ramnath just being watchful as the new ball is into the attack. And the arm spinner and Alex Hines.
Alex Hines into his 7th over. Bit of a mixed bag from him so far. To push through his deliveries a bit. Hasn't been able to extract the same kind of tone that we've seen from the other spinners. What he does from time to time is very accurate. Throws the ball wicket to wicket. So a bit of control needed here from Jamaica. After we've seen an slight increase in the scoring rate from Trinidad and Tobago.
So maiden over from Alex Hines to start. It's 82 for 3.
It's just what the captain would have been looking forward to. Just to put a break on the scoring and try and apply some pressure on the batters. Switch of ends for Redwood. It's not going to come from the commentary box end. So we'll be hoping for a change of luck from him. We'd like to add to that 1 wicket. Key wicket of Ramlal yesterday afternoon.
Maton Andrew.
I like this from Jamaica. Instead of totally taking him out of the attack, just try him from this end to see if he can produce more taking deliveries from this end. He's bowling only from the backward end.
That last delivery is what we want to see more from him. It's just giving the ball a bit of air, a bit of loop. Wicket itself is offering a bit of turn for him, but at times he has been a bit too short.
This one is straight to Ryan Edwards, and Rambaran cannot believe he was just dismissed in that fashion. Looking to go up and over straight to Ryan Edwards, who took an easy catch in the end.
Another soft dismissal here at the Annesville playing field. Both teams have been guilty of such. The flighty delivery outside the off stump, and there was Rambaran looking to play against the spin really, ball coming back into him and just not making the type of connection he was looking for, and a very easy catch there for Edwards at mid-off. Disappointing way to end his innings there, Rambaran. Trinidad and Tobago, they lost their 4th wicket. It's now 82 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, I was just saying I like that Jamaica decided, you know what, I'm going to persist with Redwood from the other end. Really trouble Rambaran in any sort of way, but he was just looking to be a bit aggressive against Redwood. So new batter, skipper Joshua Davis. A lot of work needs to do with Rajiv Ramnath. Need to build another partnership.
Yes, Joshua Davis coming in at number 6. A bit high in the order. I think remember last year he was batting at number 8 or 9. So he's no mug with the bat really. Can hold his own. He need all that expertise to really negotiate the Jamaican bowling from here. This is why we were saying that that partnership between Rambaran and Ramnath was critical. The likes of James and others to follow. They're not really renowned for their scoring abilities, especially based on the evidence that we've seen in the tournament so far.
Right away is Captain Brian Barnes. He said he was going to have 2 slips in play.
So once again, Barnes opting for the attacking option in terms of his field.
Just missing the pads there. But that back down in time. Finish the over. This is 83 for 4.
It's another successful over there for Jamaica. Redwood switching ends. He definitely had a change of fortune with his 2nd wicket. Big wicket there of Rambaran. Trinidad and Tobago, they will have to start a rebuilding phase again as they seek to overhaul this 152 made by Jamaica.
Times, the arm spinner. Continue to Rajiv Ramnath. So we had a 43 runs partnership. Another 40 odd cards. Two back-to-back wickets after that, Trinidad and Tobago. These two really need to forge a partnership. All the way. Sure he timed it well. Chase by the 2.
That's the Jamaican spinners serving up quite a bit of full tosses. to the Trinidad and Tobago batters so far this morning.
I must say they were quite welcoming to Ramnath and Rambaran when they were in the middle. A lot of innocuous delivery served up, and they put them away. So that was important as well.
It really leads you to question the selection of shot there from Rambaran. He was scoring freely. Quite a bit of full tosses and short deliveries being bowled. He really tried to manufacture a shot there, trying to go over long off, holding out to the man there at mid-off. So disappointing end to his innings, Rambaran, as we see Alex Hines completing another over. 2 runs coming from that one. It's 85 for the loss of 4. One actually turning square, as they would say. Spinning across Joshua Davis. So Redwood, seeing he has the ability to turn the ball. Just a matter of finding the right lines and lengths. He'll definitely be a handful on this wicket.
Swept straight into Weatherborn, who takes it on the body. Where's one for the team there?
Captain here being tested.
That Redwood.
I think that's the challenge here on this particular wicket, especially for the fielders in the slip cordon. It's very difficult to judge where to stand. Most of the edges we've seen so far actually falling short of the slip cordon. So they would have to be as close as they can in the slip cordon to effect any sort of slip catch here today. For the evidence of the slow nature of the wicket, Davis was able to just go back on his back foot and just negotiate that leg break efficiently.
It's full driven, but straight to that fielder at mid-off. So an over-pitch delivery that wasn't put away by Trinidad and Tobago to end the over. A maiden 85 for 4.
Yeah, so this bowling combination of Redwood and Hines proving to be critical here for Jamaica. Hines miserly as always. And Redwood, while not giving a lot away, he's also being very threatening with his leg breaks. So both bowlers really bowling in a very good partnership. That is very critical as Jamaica look to stamp their dominance on this game.
This one is driven up and over. Imperious drive there from Ramnath. Pick up another boundary to add to his tally.
It's a very good shot there from Ramnath. Hines on that occasion, giving him a bit of room outside the off stump. And he was able to just hit that one over the infield. Gets himself another boundary. Moves on to 23. Total now 89 for the loss of 4. Packed offside field here for Hines.
Similar feel they had for him when he started his spell yesterday.
We mentioned that he's not a big turn off the ball. So captain reluctant to really give him the type of support that we have seen from Redwood, being given to Redwood from the other end. In terms of the close in fielders, they just have a man at slip and short leg.
So 4 runs and 5 dots in that over. 89 for 4, 41 overs bowled.
Trinidad and Tobago continue to chip away at this total. 4 runs coming from that last over. Current run rate of 2.14. So similar scoring rate to what Jamaica would have maintained throughout their innings. Both teams have found it very difficult to score quickly on this type of surface. As we see Redwood, the start of another over.
If Hines can, find his rhythm from that end, I think the captain can ask Ray and Edwards to steam in from that end and do something similar to what Jason Agar did against them. Just attack the stumps, bowl it really straight, and we had a discussion this morning about the sort of wicket that it is, a sort of wicket-to-wicket bowling that you need to employ as a seamer on this surface.
Yes, there's
Something
definitely
for them to think about as this innings progresses if Alex Hines can't find his rhythm, that is. Swept is fine enough. Beats Alex Hines to give chase. Pick up 2.
Yes, Stacey, and there's definitely room for a seamer on this wicket. We saw that spell from Agard. He was able to just get some movement. So Jamaica will have to work on this ball and try and extract the same type of movement that Agard got in his second spell yesterday. They have their own left arm weapon in the form of Edwards. So I'm sure that at some point before lunch, we will see some seam from Edwards. For 4, Trinidad and Tobago. That was actually an attempted googly there. Coming back into the right-handed Davis. Played it well in the end. Haven't seen that delivery a lot from Redwood. He's persisted with his leg breaks most of the time.
Too full to finish. Davis got off the mark in that over, picking up 2. 91 for 4. 43 overs bowled. That also brings the first hour a break. And we will take that as well.
Yes, good morning and welcome back to the Annesville playing field. We're in the first round of this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 tournament, played here in the beautiful island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago here at Annesville. Yesterday, Jamaica, they won the toss and elected to bat first, and they made 152 for the loss of 9. Trinidad and Tobago resuming this morning on 43 for 1. So far this morning, we've seen a lot of action. We have Justin Jackasa. He has run out without facing a ball today for 14. Ramdu, he made a duck, and Rambaran, the last to go after looking settled, was 16. So 3 wickets lost today for Trinidad and Tobago. 91 for 4. Good morning to you, Kenroy.
Good morning to you, Asnet, and good morning to the viewers of this broadcast. Interesting first hour so far in this encounter.
Interesting indeed, as we see Ryan Edwards. We were just speaking about him being given a spell this morning, having witnessed the spell yesterday by EGAD. I think Trinidad and Jamaica, in this case, will be looking for a similar effort from Edwards.
He does well with the old ball. He does a good job with the new ball as well, but I think he's a better bowler with this old ball, so he may be able to cause some trouble here for the Trinidadians.
I think the key to Agard yesterday, he actually bowled straight, and he did get some movement back into the right-handers. So that's a good gauge for Ryan Edwards, how much movement he is able to get with this relatively old ball, 43 overs bowled.
Well, the surface is not helping either, and it would have to be, as you said, straighter, wicket to wicket. Look to just have some little sideways movements. Brings it in, and his lovely punch through covers is running off the surface of Annesville, where they get to the good feeling there by Arnold's chasing for signal from the umpire, but a lovely punch through covers there. Davis.
Actually, Ramnath, a very good shot there from Ramnath. He's a short man, got up on his toes and punched it nicely through the gap there in the covers. So 3 runs completed there. Ramnath has looked good so far in this innings. Trinidad will be hoping that he builds on this start and put up a very substantial total here.
To get to 152 before think of that total. A total of 152 they need to erase to get ahead on this game. 94 for 4. Still some work to be done. Need a partnership between these two.
I think partnerships are going to be key in this innings. Even moving forward in this match, Kenroy, this appears to be the type of wicket where you, as a batter, you're not totally in. You can just get that magic delivery being bowled to you at any point in time. So I'm saying that partnerships are going to be key for Trinidad and Tobago moving forward. See a delivery there, keeping low once again, but going straight to the wicket keeper. Keepers in this game, they have their work cut out for them.
Surface, not much bounce. I think they have done exceptionally well so far. Much mistakes from them. Keepers, Trinidad and Jamaica. Just carrying it's about ankle height 90% of the time.
Again, we're seeing a very good take there from Trevon Williams, sporting number 96 on his back. A difficult day behind the wicket. Being able to judge exactly how close up to be. Slips as well. Seen quite a few deliveries falling short of the slip cordon. Show that's something that the manager picked up on and relay that type of information to the fielders. stepping away from the right-hander. Joshua Davis there not be interested in that delivery. So 3 runs coming from that over. Trinidad and Tobago. They're 94 for the loss of 4.
Seen a different sort of approach here by Davis. He normally brings the ball into the right-hander. That one left him. So he has those both deliveries in his armory. The ball run normally tails back. The ball it goes away. It's a bad over from him to start proceedings after the first off play.
Absolutely. As we see Redwood. So he's given an extended spell here. He started at the backway end. He switched to commentary box end. Got the breakthrough. Wicket of Rambaran from this end. So he's just continuing in that vein. We see 2 slips. A man there at short leg. Cover, extra cover. Backward point. Mid off, mid on. Shots. And there at square leg. It's a beautiful delivery there from Redwood. A flight, a little dip. Actually got a bit of bounce as well.
Yes, a very good leg spinner there. Just pitching just on the off stump, turn bounce. Good take by the wicket keeper.
I was about to mention the wicket keeper because in the previous over he was taking them at his ankle height. That one bounced quite a bit. Really gathered it in nicely. Batter there, just his lace tied. It's kind of, I know back in the day you were right medium fast. Am I overestimating your speed? How would you have operated on this wicket now, as we see this delivery from Redwood? So again, he's looking to sweep here, Ramnot. Interesting to see the signal of the umpire. Signal, so I assume runs it is, so a bit of an inside edge. Yes, so I was asking, how would you have operated on this type of wicket, having seen yesterday and today?
Well, basically ball straight, back of a length, low wicket, trying to get the batter to miss a few. Caught that extra cover, those other things. Medium pace. Would be a pretty difficult wicket to bowl on though. Piece of it as well. To use some change of paces, slow ball, and so on. So it would be rather deceptive to the batsman. So I would have operated here, trying to bowl too fast, just on a good length. One side of the wicket.
This one is pulled past the umpire there, Banwari, getting out of the way. And another pungry again from Ramnath. We've seen this from him throughout this innings, where whenever the scoring opportunities present themselves, he's taken full advantage.
So a short delivery and he pounced on that and pulled it through square leg. Really no one had a chance of pulling that back. A really good shot by him. And that pushes Trinidad and Tobago total now past up to 100. They have reached that figure, that special figure of 100 in cricket. Some good batting here by him. He needs to continue to do that for Trinidad and Tobago if they are to get to that total of 152.
Definitely, as we see, another over comes to an end. 45 overs completed. Trinidad and Tobago just crossing the century mark. 100 for the loss of 4. So all to play for here today. Ramnath, he's on 32 from 52. Joshua Davis, he's on 2 from 17. So another rebuilding effort here from both of these batters from Trinidad and Tobago.
Ramnath is set really. The Davis skipper from Trinidad needs to play a supporting role to him. Once he does that, I think Trinidad and Tobago would be able to advance that 152 and go beyond. But this partnership between these two are critical to get into that total.
As you see, Edwards once again coming up over the wicket. He's getting these deliveries to move away from the right-hander. reason why I asked that question in the last over is because when I look at this match, the mode of dismissals for the fast bowlers, we haven't seen anybody being caught in the slip or in the gully. I can't recall a catch behind the wicket. Can be wrong. I'll get my scorers to confirm that in a while. This one is played through that gully region, down to the boundary for 4. So a bit of a streaky edge there from Davis. He'll take it nevertheless, 104 for the loss of 4.
Just mention it, just mention it before he played that shot. That nothing came behind of the wicket. That one hit the outer portion of the bat and ran down to third man. 4. Fortunate for him, nobody was there in the gully area. And Trinidad and Tobago has gotten 4 more runs and Davis is off the mark. Streaky shot, backward point.
Well, even in that situation, that edge, it actually went down. It would have taken a very a brilliant catch really to take something from that delivery. Positioning of the fielders there. We've been talking about that since yesterday. They just need to be closer. And it's a difficult area to field, gully region, but because of the nature of the wicket, most of the edges just seem to be just dying on its way to the fielders there in that particular region.
You have to make that adjustment. You have to assess the situation and adjust accordingly. And as you said, they have not done that. The field is just a little bit too deep, slip, and that gully. Because of the slow nature of the wicket, not much bounce. That ball will not carry in that area, in those areas. And need to make the adjustments. It is required some brilliance. That shot, those areas, you have to be very alert.
We need a Cameron Green. I've seen him pull off some real blinders, some controversial blinders as well. The ongoing Ashes. But he's brilliant there. This delivery is on the line of the off stump coming in. I think that is more the length and the line we are speaking about. Bowled by Agard. So far, Edwards, he seemed prepared to just push the ball across the right-handers. But I think a more effective line would be just on about the off stump coming back in and use that delivery going away as a surprise option.
I think the option that he's using to bowl around the wicket, he's accustomed to do that. But in this stage, I think that he should be coming over the wicket and slanting that ball away from these batters. You have a slip, gully, a backward point, shot, extra cover, and a shot mid-off. So I think that would have been the option. Over the wicket and bowl it across the body of the batters. As the over come to an end, Trinidad and Tobago 104 for 4. Ramnath is doing the work for them. He's not out. 32 and the skipper is on 4.
Yes, Edwards would need to sort out his mode of operation, assess the wicket, what he's good at. We mentioned the fact that Agard would have had a very good spell coming around the wicket, getting those deliveries back into the right-handers. But Edwards in this case will just have to know what he's capable of in terms of his strengths and how well he can best utilize his strengths on this type of wicket. As we see another change here from the commentary box end, it's going to be Mead coming in for his first over of the day. So, seam from both ends.
Pulled a pretty good spell yesterday from southern end. Very much impressive. Hit the line outside the off stump. Had some bounce as well on a slow wicket. Well, so he would like to repeat what he did yesterday. We have seen skippers have utilized the spinners in these games, but the skipper this time decides to go to his pace bowlers for this session. So there's a slip, back, square cover, short extra cover, a cover, and a mid-off.
First time we've seen Mead from this end. Would have operated from the Beckwith end late yesterday afternoon. change of ends for him. Hopefully a change of luck. I think in that fourth column for him so far. Definitely looking to change that. Both seamers utilized after the first hour of play. Normally, Kenroy, you would use your seamers up front, the start of the day's play, and then maybe divert towards your spinners, but Jamaican here doing it in a different way.
For them this morning, picking up two early wickets. Then Trinidad and batters got into them and really got a nice partnership of 40 odd between Ramnuts and Rambaran. Got that wicket. Soft dismissal again. So reverting to the Pacers now tells you that skipper is thinking something different. These batters have grown accustomed to the spinners. It has become very easy for them, and the wicket is a very easy one as well. So Pacers just need to come in, bowl a nice line and length, dry up the runs, keep the pressure. Something may happen for them.
Very much so. This one is played nicely there by Ramnath. Opening the face of the bat, getting it out to a backward point, gets another single. Moves on to 33, total 105 for the loss of 4.
I was thinking that the skipper really should have had that man at backward point, so very short, just on top of the crease there. He's making an adjustment as I speak about it, right in that area, catching, just in that area, he just picked it up. So good move by him once you're bowling that line.
Yes, the man that backward point, he's quite deep. So anything in that region, I think the batters are able to go to first single easily in the end.
So once you're bowling on one side of the wicket, you need that sort of field to support you. So he has made the adjustments, bringing in that gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid off a slip. Fine leg has come up off the boundary and a mid wicket and a mid on.
To the Yorker there from Mead, well played by Captain Davis. I think ideally, Kenroy, I think the captain may want to have one of his seamers operating, but because of the number of turn we have seen now, something a good option would be to have a spinner operating from the other end. The thing is that Redwood, he has completed a relatively long spell, and I think Hines, he's been a bit disappointing really. Alex Hines, I think his captain would have wanted more from him. The other option in terms of Powell is more of a part-time option, but he was able to get a big wicket this morning of Ramdu, bowled a reasonable long spell as well. So a lot to ponder here for the Jamaican captain, trying to effect other breakthroughs before the luncheon interval.
Even before the luncheon interval, I think the Jamaicans are thinking long term as well. To get 152, that means that you have taken the first innings points. And, there's some time. And if Trinidad and Tobago get to that score in a rush, they would put themselves under some pressure to bat on the third day against Trinidad spinners, knowing the nature of the wicket so far. I'm thinking that they're trying to take some time out of this game as well, bowling their fast bowlers at this time, so that they could bring the game back to them and slow it down as well, and picking up a wicket or two. They're back into the game, then they could readjust with their spinners.
Definitely, good point. As we see Edwards once again, so he's coming back over the wicket, Kenroy. So it tells me that there's a bit of uncertainty there in terms of what he really wants to do in terms of his plans against these right-handed batters.
The bowlers have to be patient. They have to be patient in these conditions. The wicket is not giving you much assistance. You have the field set on the offside, bowl on one side of the wicket, be patient, dry the runs up. The batsmen in this tournament, they are not batsmen who would suck up a lot of dot balls. They suck up a lot of dot balls, but then they normally give their wicket away once the pressure is applied. Once you apply that pressure, then you would get that breakthrough. And we have seen that in the tournament so far. Once things are tight, the batsmen tend to go to a shot and then they lose their wicket because of the pressure that is applied through bowling tightly.
Yes, Edwards back over the wicket as we mentioned. I think there's a better option for him as you mentioned before there, Kenroy. He gets the ball to move away from the right-handers, just pushing it across the right-handers.
That's it.
Similar to that delivery. So I'm even looking at the field and thinking maybe another man in that maybe second slip region. You could take out this man at mid-wicket, seeing that he's pushing the ball across the right-hander. Strengthen the slip cordon and look for that mode of dismissal.
Be patient, bowl one line just on the off stump. The batter think about what he has to do to score runs. Create the pressure.
I'm also looking at this man in the gully region. Appears to be Howell, 17. I still think he's a bit too deep.
I agree. I saw it as well. He needs to come up two footsteps or so. It's above the wicket keeper.
As a matter of fact, I just think the entire cordon can step forward about 2 footsteps. I think there's not a lot of pace in this wicket. It was maybe bowling 75, 76 miles per hour. I think the wicket keeper can just take his slip cordon with him a bit forward. Because you want, whenever the opportunity of an outside edge is given, one of those fielders are able to effect a catch.
Yeah, and I can remember in Northern Telecom where we have wicket keepers like Wayne Phillip. And if I'm bowling, he would come up to the stumps and keep up to the stumps, and that creates pressure on the batsman as well. I know having a few stumpings, these situations when we needed a wicket and so on. So we have not seen those things from the wicket keepers these days. It's a precautionary measure.
I was about to mention that as well. At this level, I think maybe that's something they will not really permit in terms of a wicket keeper keeping up. As we see another over coming to an end. Better over there from Edwards. And Trinidad and Tobago 105 for the loss of 4. They're in pursuit of 152 for 9 made by Jamaica earlier.
Seen some brilliant stumping from Wayne Phillip Jr., Murray and those I've played with. I was a Pope of my own bowling. Say that gentle medium.
I was just about to ask if the pace at which you bowled was similar to Ryan Edwards.
On a good day, I would be clocking more than that. Much more than that.
Got it from the man himself, Kenroy Martin. As Mead continues operation from this end. Let's continue out a portion of the bat there. Once again, that ball dying on its way to Jordan Johnson there at a wideish slip. Jamaican fielders not really bossing as we saw earlier when they got those early breakthroughs. Just need to give some encouragement to their seamers.
I like the plan of the skipper though, the Jamaican skipper. Bowlers are bowled towards that plan. For the past over or two, you have seen the runs have dried up. The batters finding it even more difficult to play their shots because of this, how the field is set. And really the plan is now to bowl on the off stump, minimize the runs, and we have seen another change in the field. There's an extra man that goes into that second slip that you talked about a while ago to create even more pressure.
So that's the Captain Barnes. Yes, I think at times the spinners, they were guilty of serving up some freebies really to the Trinidad and Tobago batters, especially Ramnat. A bit of full tosses and short deliveries. Seamers, they've been on and about that off stump. They've asked questions of the batters, asked them to play as well. This type of wicket, I think that's a good option to have.
This is the sort of cricket that used to be played at Northern Telecom at this level. where you had spinners and pacers. You have two pacers operating in the middle, and we have diverted from just spinners bowling, maximum of 75 bowlers in a game. You know, West Indies is known for their fast bowlers. You have to encourage them as well, teach them the game. Whipped off the pads, just straight in length there. Picks up a single.
It's definitely not the type of wicket that will offer a lot of encouragement for the fast bowlers. But if you're playing at the highest level, you're traveling around the world, you are presented with different conditions. So as a bowler, it's just about adapting.
Yes.
This is a good experience for these youngsters.
When these conditions pop up, you know, you'll be able to deal with them because you have been given the exposure here to do so. Tight situation, the over comes to an end. A tight situation in a game, you need a bowler to come in and bowl a tight line. Fast bowlers are the ones you turn to learn the art and the craft as they go through these processes so that they could execute it when the times come.
So 1 run coming from that over, another tidy over there from Mead, Trinidad and Tobago. 106 for the loss of 4. Ramnath, he's there on 33. Captain Davis, he's there on 7.
He's playing a supporting role to Ramnath. Ramnath scored freely against the spinners. As you said, they offered up some juicy full tosses. He made use of them. Fast bowlers, the introduction of the fast bowlers have changed the whole outlook of the game. Things are looking much different for Trinidad here. Jamaica try to pull themselves back into this game, knowing that they are defending 152 runs. They have employed a different plan. It has worked for them so far. Just need that wicket or two to really get ahead.
See Edwards coming in again from the backway end. This one with a bit of lift on that delivery. Slight misfield there from the captain. And another single to Joshua Davis. I'm wondering if the captain is hearing us out there, Kenrick. I have to check to see if he's mic'd up at lunchtime because he actually brought another man. The man Ware into that 4-slip region. Jordan Johnson moved to 2nd slip. He actually removed the man we were speaking about at mid-wicket.
Yes. It is bowling that line and length. You could afford to do that. See that era between slip again. As the edge goes through there, an intelligent edge, we call it, into the boundary for 4.
An intelligent edge indeed. And spoke about this before in terms of the edges just going down once again. I'm not too sure if there was a 3rd slip there, he would have been able to take that catch unless he was a couple of meters forward. So it's something we have been discussing in the last couple of overs in terms of if you're looking for that mode of dismissal, then you definitely will need to reposition your slip cordon a bit closer to the wicket.
Well, they are there, but they have to be a little bit wider. Can't be the traditional slip. Now they have made the adjustments, as you could see. Have to be a little bit wider.
This one is punched down the ground by Ramnath. You'll get another 2. A bit expansive there from him. Delivery on about the off stump. He was looking for the extra cover region. Lack of pace in that delivery and managed to get it safely back past the bowler for 2 more. Total now moves on to 111 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, Ramnath seems to get things going here. They have bowled tightly for the past 4 overs. This is over number 5 between the spinners, between the pacers. So he's looking to make a move here for Trinidad to get some runs from these bowlers.
That's a correction, 113 actually. Partnership of 30 between these 2 batters. So once again, a partnership brewing here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Have some 2 good partnerships so far. It's 40 yard plus. This one is close to that. They would like that to go on further than the 40 and at least 70 or so to get them past at 152. It's
a good delivery. Good shot as well outside the off stump, punching it to the man there at mid-off. Well taken single as well. So that has been a feature of the innings from Ramnath as well. He has run well between the wickets. He has found the gaps on occasions. And he has put away the bad balls whenever they presented themselves.
Some good positive cricket there by Ramnath as well. He settled what he's in. The Jamaicans have switched their plan, really. And he has adapted and he has changed his game plan as well. So he's taking on the bowling and he's running positively. Something that is good to see from the batters.
Short of a length there. Davis was able to pull that one, not making the type of contact he was looking for. So the end of another over, 7 runs, actually 8 runs coming from that one. So Trinidad and Tobago once again getting some momentum back into their innings. They're 114 for the loss of 4.
It's pretty good for the cricket to see that both teams are applying plans and executing them. Trinidad, they were doing probably great guns, not great guns, but they were basically dominating the game. They were scoring freely. Jamaica has pulled things back. Ramnath, who's settled, he's taking on the responsibility now to take on these fast bowlers to score. Because you can't be in the wicket just batting like that. You have to score as well. You see a real good competition here between both teams. So mental cricket is coming into play.
Went outside the off stump. Ramnath there looking to square jibe that one. Misses it completely. Doesn't want to get too loose now. We have seen him playing a very good inning so far, being selective, hitting what is in front of him. Just don't want to give it away. Reaching that 40 mark, that 40 run mark seemed to be a danger mark for most of the batters in this tournament. It's nicely driven out to where extra cover. Gets the chance for a single there. That's a good single to have.
That's the positivity of Ramnath so far. He has played positively, he has run positively, he has dispatched the bad balls, and he continues to look good. Here for Trinidad and Tobago, he's moved on to 41.
Back to the issue of the slip cord, and we'll spend quite a bit of time on this. As we see, Davis is working this one out to Hines there at shortish mid-on position. Ramnath sending him back wisely in the end. As you were mentioning that maybe they need to be a bit scattered. We are seeing that now. Just trying to cut down the spaces, because we're not going to have a 3 or 4 slip cordon. I mean, we're not in Headingley under overcast conditions. But captain just willing to just give some support to his fast bowlers, and that's good to see. It's not a wicket that is conducive to fast bowling, but still just trying to put a bit of pressure on the batters.
So done that successfully so far. Ramnath did positively for Trinidad and Tobago, trying to get on top of the bowling. These 2 fast bowlers and Edwards have bowled very well in the middle of this game.
Punching this one again out to he's done a lot of work in the outfield. Another single. So the single's creeping in as well, which is good from a Trinidad and Tobago's perspective. Keep the scoreboard ticking. The occasional boundary coming as well that definitely puts some pressure on the fielding team.
This is good cricket here by both teams. Jamaica is playing good cricket. Trinidad and Tobago batsmen are applying themselves. They are running positively. They're taking the chances. So this is very good cricket between both teams here.
It's again out to where a chance for direct hit, misses it. Direct hit always makes things interesting. Thankfully for Trinidad and Tobago, he missed. So all is well that ends well for Joshua Davis and Trinidad and Tobago, as we see the end of the 51st over. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago, they're 17 for the loss of 4.
Yes, with this other cricket being played, it opens the door for a lot of things to happen. Like this, that little chance that has gone by. There, those are the chances that would pop up, and you have to take them. You have to take them, and those are the chances that would make the difference in the game. A half chance like that, if that hit the stump, change the whole trajectory of the game. So these things normally happen, and you have to look for them. You're in pressure situations like these.
Absolutely, as we see Edwards, Ryan Edwards, change of angle once again. So you mentioned that patience is going to be key as a fast bowler. So change his angles on different occasions. So maybe trying something different here. Sounds a bit straight. Well played there by Ramnath.
The thing is that he's a left arm seamer and he comes from around the wicket. That means the arm is outside. So automatically you start it. And the ball would have to straighten. It makes it difficult for him to actually bring the slips and so on into play.
That was the impressive thing about Agard. Not only he got the ball to come back into the right-handers, but on occasions he was able to get it to tail away from the right-handers. So he was threatening both edges of the bat, which really caused a lot of problems for the Jamaican low order. Haven't seen Edwards getting the ball to move away from the right-handers from around the wicket so far. Again, that delivery coming back in with the angle.
Continue to happen to Edwards because of the angle that he's bowling. Actually get the ball body line and length that he's bowling, and he would take out the whole outside field. So if he's going to bowl at length, I'm suggesting that he has somebody short mid wicket cover that as well.
Yes, indeed. I think we spoke about to remove when he was over the wicket. We can actually take that guy back to a short mid-wicket position, leave the short extra cover and that sort of thing, because as we've said before, he's not getting the ball to move away from the right-hander. That's the only way he's going to really provide an option for the slip cordon. So the fact that most of his deliveries are tailing into right-handers, then that man at short mid-wicket can actually be a wicket-taking position for him as well.
Easy runs to the same vacant mid-wicket area. Once you bowl in that line, wicket tail into the batsman and makes it very easy, as you just seen here, for them to tick you off and pick up a run or two and continue just batting.
One was actually hit officially as well. It went in the air for a while. So even one or two fielders on the leg side short. Captain Powell once again is listening to us.
He's on the money. It's a little bit.
So there's also room for maybe another fielder, a bit squarer, short as well. We take out one of those men at extra cover. Short we attempted there, very slow. Dying on its way to the wicketkeeper. So the end of another over there from Edwards. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 120 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, some good cricket being played here by both teams. Smart cricket as well. Skipper Edwards thinking, trying to bring the changes, trying to cause something to happen. But the Trinidadian batsmen, they have really adapted to the conditions and played very well so far, especially Ramnath. He has led the way. He's on 43. Continues to look good. He'd love to get to that 50 and then push on from there, and also take his team to that total of 152, which is posted by the Jamaicans. But 120 for 4, 6 wickets in hand, they could cause the Jamaicans to have a hard day tomorrow based on how wicket is playing. Once they get past that 152 and put some runs on the board, it should be a difficult day for the Jamaicans to bat.
Yes, ideally Trinidad and Tobago would like to get a lead. They're able to get a lead of 40, 50 runs, then they can actually put some pressure back on the Jamaican batting order. As we see Mead once again. With channel outside the off stump. There's a offside base field. And that slip, gully, backward point. Cover, extra cover. Actually, 2 men in the cover region there. And I'm at mid-off, mid-on, and a square leg. So he's been economical so far into his 11th over. Done for 16, so miserly. Mead. Again, that's a good looking shot there from Ramnath. He's punching that one off the back foot and pierce the offside field.
Those are the little half chances that would appear in these games. Just be patient. Patient. Ramnath is looking to get on with things. He's looking positive. The ball is actually hitting the middle of his bat, so he's feeling good.
From me, played as well from Ramnath. So it's going to be that type of pitch and that type of day where the captain, he has to think on his feet, adapt to whatever situation, the batter, the type of bowler he has, the pitch conditions, field placements. So he has to be thinking on his feet here, Powell. I think so far he has done that well.
Commend him for doing so. Made the adjustments. You have rearranged his fields. You have switched his bowlers. The game is patience. Looking for something. You have to be patient with this game. Hold tight. Fielders support you.
One is played out to the man there at backward point once again. So that's a shot he has employed quite a bit, Ramnath. Just guiding it to the left of the man there at backward point. For a relatively easy single in the end. So he moves on to 44. 121 for 4.
There's some smart cricket by Ramnath. Just easing that one down to backward point and scampering a single. It's an open area, really. Easy single and offer to take the pace off the ball. Fielder has to run to his left.
This one a bit straighter, a bit fuller to Davis, looking for that LBW, but well played there by the skipper. He's been solid as well in this partnership. So he's on 11. Ramnath, the senior batter in this case, he's on 44. Trinidad and Tobago 121 for the loss of 4. Just about 15 minutes to lunch.
It's just missing from the fast bowlers though is that they are bowling straight, yes, wicket to wicket. But then you have to look for that fourth stump that brings the batter playing at those deliveries. We have not seen the fast bowlers going out. Go a little bit outside the off stump and causing drawn into a shot. They are bowling straight where the batter has little. Come to him.
Good observation. It boils on back to that word patience.
Yep.
I've been stressing all along. It's not the type of wicket that you're going to blast out the batters as a fast bowler. On a couple of occasions we've seen a short ball being attempted. We've seen it basically being gathered at the knee height or the ankle height of the wicket keeper. So that type of weapon is something that you can't really utilize with any effect on this type of wicket. So Mead in the 50 over tournament, he's the type of bowler that he's strong. He's able to get the ball through at a reasonable pace, utilizing the short delivery at times. But in this particular match, that delivery is basically non-existent. As we see Edwards once again coming in around the wicket to the right-handers.
Not seen from the fast bowlers is slow ball, cutter, sort of deliveries. Those are the deliveries that you need in situations and circumstances to deceive the batter. He's accustomed to your pace. A cutter, a slow delivery will help.
So he's hit fine, close to the boundary. It was well fielded in the end. There from Mead, he missed it originally, but actually he crashed into his size 14s. So thankfully for him, it's safe too. 2 more runs added to the total. 2 more runs for Ramnat. Moves on to 46. Trinidad and Tobago 123 for 4.
And that's something I've not seen for the tournament, a slow delivery being bowled by a pacer. All they have seems gone out the repertoire of the fast bowlers.
He's driving this one up actually there. Ramnat. It's a shake of head from him. Has to be careful. Interval is coming up. Want to be there at lunch. We start after lunch. That short extra cover is a critical position on this type of wicket. Then the batter can play a bit too soon. This one is tailing in and a chance for a run out here. The field there was not as agile as you would like. Looking to see who it was. Yes, to be Powell. Yes. I think it was a chance there. Ramnat is called right away. Davis, Captain Davis was a bit reluctant. In the end, we go for another single, 124 for 4.
If the fielder had picked up cleanly, Captain Davis would have been in some serious trouble. I think he would have been walking back to the pavilion. These are the little opportunities which present themselves in these situations that you have to take. You have to take this because the wicket is easy, it's easy batting. You have to take these opportunities.
Short delivery and Davis is pulling this one to the left of the man there. Mead comes back for a second when we run. So running between the wickets at times been a little bit iffy, but overall I think they've run well between the wickets, rotated the strike well. And this partnership continues to flourish for Trinidad and Tobago. 126 for 4.
They have run positively, even though the boundaries are not coming. They have put the pressure on the fielders, put the ball in the gaps. They have run positively between. They have called. Really, you must commend them for that. Although they're not getting the boundaries, they are taking the singles and keep the scoreboard ticking, which is critically important for the momentum of the batters as well.
As we see a short ball attempted there again by Ryan Edwards. Joshua Davis just ducking under that one. Allows it to be taken by the wicketkeeper. It's the end of the 54th over. Trinidad and Tobago 126 for the loss of 4.
It takes a lot of courage to bowl a bumper on a wicket like this. Really, so you must give Davis credit. Trying. He's trying. So well done to him. But these batters have really done well for Trinidad. Ramnat is on 47, not out. Skipper is on 13. He has supported him very well. And interesting to see the partnership thus far.
Yes, a partnership of 43 once again. We saw that the opening partnership, as this one is guided straight to the man there at wideish for slip. Jordan Johnson, I think well fielded in the end. Delivery just falling short of him. Wasn't a chance.
Things matters. He was 1 footstep further. Probably would have taken.
It's a game of cat and mouse, really. As this one is played nicely. Should get close to the boundary. I think they'll come back for third. Yes, they will. A run by Captain Davis. So 3 more runs to Ramnat, and I think that brings up a 50 for him. A well played 50 there from Rajiv Ramnat, Kenway Martin.
Yes, well played to him, and well done to the youngster. He ran positively, he played his shots, and really you must commend him for this knock. Under the situation and circumstances which exist, I really think it's a very good knock, and it's very encouraging to see this sort of cricket being played by Ramnat. So congratulations to him on a 50, and really well played to him. 129 for 4. Trinidad in a very good position.
It's 50 from 84 deliveries, 5 fours, strike rate of 59.52. So he scored at a reasonable pace for a 3-day game. We We've seen his positive intent. I think that has been the hallmark of this innings. He's actually had been in a situation where he has put away the bad balls whenever they've been presented to him. He has also walked the good ball into the gaps for twos and threes. So overall, a well played innings from the former Trinidad and Tobago captain, taking up the responsibility here along with the current captain. Straight again, and Davis is punching it to the man there at mid-on. So just about 8 or so minutes before lunch, I'm wondering if the captain might gamble and use one of his spinners for the next over.
I do think so. I do think there would be a change of bowling from the southern end, looking for a wicket before lunch. That would pull them back into this game again.
A no ball signal there by Mokan. So maybe me there just overstriding a bit. We're just tailing into the right-handers. To work on this ball, the Jamaican team. So the Trinidad and Tobago team, they were able to get a bit of movement with the old ball. 29 for 4. This one again is punched up to the man there at mid-off. So 129 for 4 means that for the 23 runs behind Trinidad, so getting closer to that first innings total set by Jamaica. If they can actually go to lunch without losing another wicket, I think it would have been a pretty even Stevens sort of session with Trinidad and Tobago maybe just pushing their noses ahead. Kenry?
Yeah.
Bowl him. It's a beautiful delivery. We just spoke about the delivery tailing back into the right-handers earlier in the over. And there was Mead once again. Well bowled from him. Just shattering the stumps there of the captain Joshua Davis. So just as we were mentioning that maybe if they went to the luncheon interval without the loss of another wicket, they would just have pushed their noses ahead. Jamaica strikes again, so it's 130 for the loss of 5.
Yes, as we mentioned before, it's just being patient, the fast bowlers, been patient, and Trinidad and Tobago did well up to this time. Really, they had pushed their noses in front of this game, really taking charge. A good partnership between Ramnat and Davis, bringing them back nicely. And now they have lost skipper Davis just before lunch.
So that was a very good delivery, Kenroy. We spoke about a bit of inward movement for Mead, the previous delivery. And this one was Yorker length actually, just tailing back in, and it was just too good there for Joshua Davis. As we see the new batter, James. Yes, Orlando James it is. Right arm batter. Coming in at a very tricky period really. Just a couple of minutes. I think this would be the last over really. 11:55 unless Ware is able to get through this over very quickly.
This has been predicted. The change of bowling to the southern end where the spinner comes in, replacing Davis. They're looking for that wicket. They have gotten it. Looking for a second one.
Surprisingly, we're not seeing a lot of fielders around the back at this point. Considering the fact that it's very close to the lunch break. I've been expecting to see maybe a short leg, a silly mid-off.
I'll be with you there. Read the pressure. Lost another wicket. Luncheon interval is just around the corner. Really be looking to put the pressure on the batters.
Sway a bit quick through the air. Closing up shop, as they would say. Let's walk towards square leg. We're trying to ensure that this is actually the last over before lunch. short of a length. He's playing it with a straight back there, Ramnat.
I think he needs to put some air on that delivery, those deliveries, cause Ramnat to think about what is coming to him, tease him somewhat.
To the man there at cover once again. So Kenroy, that wicket really, I think that would have tilted maybe the advantage to Jamaica a little bit. What do you think?
The game is evenly poised, really. Anything could happen from here on in. This one is tickled off. Legs. Signal from the umpire. Come from him, so that's another run to Ramnat as he continues to bat well here for Trinidad. 31 for 5. Evenly poised game. We have seen where partnerships have gotten very good and then a cluster of wickets. So it's close to the luncheon interval. They will have a break and they will come back after that. So a lot of things could happen during that time as well. Get this additional 20 odd runs.
Yes, the wicket of Ramnat is going to be key for Jamaica. He's the one really holding this innings together. 51 from 89 so far. They definitely need to see the back of him soon. On the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping he bats for a long time. So where they push that one through. So it's the end of the fourth session here on day 2. This Cricket West Indies Rising Stars on the 19 tournament. Played at the Arnesville playing field between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica. Jamaica, they made 152 for the loss of 9 declared. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 131 for 5. A very interesting, competitive session there, Kenroy.
Yes, a very good morning of cricket here between these two teams. I think they are very much evenly matched. It's good to see Trinidad and Tobago actually fighting with the bat. We have not seen that in the tournaments that have gone so far, the one-day tournament, the previous tournaments, and Ramnat has come good for them today. He batted exceptionally well. He's gone in for lunch at 51 not out, and Trinidad 131 for 5. Jamaica, who have scored 152 in their first innings. It's a battle on here at Arnesville playing field. It is lunchtime, and we'll be back after the luncheon break to bring you more action here between these two teams, Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, in the West Indies Under 19 Rising Stars tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Welcome back to Arnesville playing field, where we here beautiful St. Vincent and the Grenadines bringing you coverage of the West Indies under 19 Rising Stars tournament. Played here at Arnesville playing field. The battle between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica continues. Just before lunch, Trinidad and Tobago losing that wicket. Jamaica pulling themselves back into this game. Trinidad and Tobago looking for a target of 152. Ramnath has batted very well this morning and really deserves a round of applause for that knock of 50 odd not out. With me in studios here is Stacey Adams. Welcome back, Stacey.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I must say congrats to the young man notching up his first half century of the tournament. Came in really in the face of adversity. 3 quick wickets went down this morning, and he had a good partnership of 40 with Andrew Rambaran, and he's still there, looking to continue to heap pressure on the Jamaicans.
We are about to start proceedings for this evening's session. Just to remind you that Jamaica had the first knock, won the toss, and they scored 152. And Trinidad are presently 131 for 5. Ramnath is unbeaten on 51. He's now joined by James. He has not scored as yet. First delivery is driven up to the man at mid-off, creating some excitement both for batting and bowling. Weather is pretty good for cricket. The sun is out. A few grey clouds around. It's a really good day for cricket here. Just looking to sweep. All through for a single. So the first run of this session so far. 132 now for 5. Stacey, and your thoughts on the game? How it is poised? What you think may happen? What could go here or there?
Difficult for me to estimate how this game will end, but I must say Trinidad and Tobago have fought back well. After losing a wicket, both teams are fighting really in this match. No one has kept the upper hand for too long. Oh, that was a very loopy full toss signal, no ball actually by the umpire, and Orlando James gets off the mark. A boundary.
Well, that was a ball out of the ordinary. High full toss, been dealt with accordingly by James. Smashed into the fence for 4, no ball signal by the umpire. So 4 runs to him, 4 runs to Trinidad and Tobago, and we spoke about those bad deliveries that were tossed up or given to the batters this morning from the Jamaican bowlers. Really gifted easy runs to the Trinidadians. This one is a lovely delivery outside here, something to the keeper's gloves. He would want to bowl more of those deliveries.
Those 2 deliveries, that full toss and now that delivery that beat the outside edge, really encapsulate how the spinners have gone so far for Jamaica in this session. It really had some near unplayable deliveries and interspersed with some rather innocuous deliveries. See that full toss that was put away by Orlando James.
This one is pitching on the middle stump. He was shaping up to sweep, changed his mind, played defensively and still was beaten. Great delivery.
Good comeback there from Redwood after that very high full toss.
Well, we never thought that he had that in his armory after that delivery, 3rd delivery after lunch. But he's shown that he can bowl those delivery. Another delivery that kept extremely low.
Getting the ball to turn up a lot, just not able to find the line and length that he should be operating on to be successful. Did pick up that wicket of Rambaran against the run of play. Really, they had a wonderful partnership, him and Rajiv Ramnath. Give it away in the end.
This one is height, over, high, into the fence, 4 runs. Good looking shot.
Locked in nicely, he got the width to free his arms on that occasion and played it with the spin. collect 4 good-looking runs for his team.
Well, James seems like a no-nonsense batsman from Trinidad, the lower order. Trinidad looking for that target of 152 to claim first innings points. They now rushed up after lunch to 141. 2 boundaries in the first over. Ramnath is on 52. James have rushed up to 8 so far from just about 3 or 4 deliveries. It's a good start for Trinidad and Tobago here in the second half of today's play.
Yeah, and they'll want to make a game of it, really. Yeah, they're in a commanding position now. Less than just about 11 runs. Surpass Jamaica's first innings total. I think from there they can really look to make a game of it. You mentioned earlier on Air Kenroy that it might be difficult for Jamaica to bat on the surface on day 3. So Trinidad and Tobago should be looking to really step on things to amass a total, probably try to get to 250 at least, and then they can look to send Jamaica in early on today before the close of play.
152 is the first target as Need comes back into the attack. I think that those 2 fast bowlers, Edwards and Need, had a really good spell just before lunch. Need picking up that wicket of Davis, being bowled, bat and pad between bat and pad, excellent Yorker delivery. He bowled well before lunch. He's now back as there's some changes being made to the field. There's a slip, there's a shot, third man a backward point, third man just coming in, cover, extra cover. That one is played solidly by Ramnath to the man at backward point. Short extra cover, mid off. Short mid on and also square leg. So there's no one in the countryside. Everybody's in town. Here at Arden'sville, Trinidad and Tobago versus Jamaica. A really good contest between these 2 teams thus far. Liking the length that Need is bowling here. Just short of a length, just outside the off stump, about 4th stump. And causing Ramnath to play. Really, and there's a packed offside field as well. So some good bowling by Need before lunch, and he continues to do so. Toss again, took his legs, straight to the man at square leg, have shy at that stump, misses but backed up. Short extra cover. Jamaica looking for wicket number 6. Trinidad and Tobago looking to go past 152. 141 for 5. Solidly behind of that. Looking pretty good, Ramnath. Carries the number 87 on his back. Trinidad and Tobago have batted 57 overs thus far in this innings. So they have been very patient. Down the leg side, losing his line somewhat. That brings over number 2 to an end after lunch. Trinidad and Tobago 141 for 5. Ramnath on 52 and James on 8.
Yeah, good to see Jamaica decided that you don't need to have a packed slip cordon for the pace bowler. You already assessed that on this surface. Need to be as straight as possible. You mentioned the use of slow balls delivery that might come in handy as well. Something for the pacers to think about as they continue to toil away on the surface, really. Not a lot in it for the seamers.
We have not seen a slow ball from a pacer in this tournament so far. I've been here since the one tournament and so on. For 50 overs, I've not seen a pace bowler who bowled a slow delivery. Trying to take that index finger across the ball to get some grip on the surface. I'm not really seeing that from them. This one is a low delivery, just pitching and turning. And James looking rather casual on that one, almost played it back onto his stumps.
Yes, and not just turning, it kept rather low as well. Didn't get up at all. Almost played it back onto his stump, as you mentioned, Kenroy.
Down the leg stump, badly lined delivery and dealt it accordingly. James seems like he's in a hurry. He's not going to be messing around. That one goes in the fence for a sweep shot and it's been well played.
Yeah, in his short stay so far, he looked to be the type of batter that's going to counteract some counter punch shots being played here from him. I mean, it was ill-directed, as you mentioned, and just easily for him to put bat onto ball and get it away for a welcome boundary for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, it's also a very encouraging sign for Trinidad and Tobago as well. They have not done well with the bat. It is good to see they are putting some runs on the tin and their batsmen are getting those runs which are required of them at the start of this 3 days tournament. That's good signs for them. They have not done well in the one-day tournament, but it's a good positive start for them here in the longer format. 145 for 5. Ramnat on 52, James on 12. So this outside the off stump. He has a driver. Switched at it outside the off stump, taken by the wicket keeper. So he would be encouraged to bowl that line just a little closer as well. Encourage James to use his reaches. This one is well bowled, pitch just about middle stump, and he bowls those delivery every 4 or 5 balls. If he could be more consistent, I think he would be more successful with those delivery.
Yes, the consistency is definitely lacking for Rugby.
Again, beat outside the off stump. That line just between middle and off. Really good deliveries. You have a slip waiting, backward point. 2 points really. Cover, short extra cover. Long off, mid on, mid wicket and a deep square leg. Outside the off stump. Turning slowly. That brings you over to an end. Pretty good end to the over, but always gives you a loose delivery, which was dealt with by James.
And just to go back to the batting of Trinidad and Tobago, the stats from last year weren't encouraging, but encouraging signs from them so far in this first outing. They've managed to, one batter has put his hand up and scored a half century. Last year, no batter was able to score a half century, unlike the other teams who had at least one batter scoring half centuries or more. So it's really encouraging to see from a Trinidad perspective. It's good to see that they've learned and implemented what they need to in order to come better with the bat in this tournament.
It was long overdue, really, for someone to come to the party, and this one is driven to the man at backward point. Snead continues to bowl on that nagging line outside the off stump to Ramnat. He has not scored a run so far since he has returned from lunch. He's kept things rather tightly, Need for Jamaica. Packed offside field. There's a short third man been in place here. Ramnat squeezing a couple of balls through that area. They have blocked that area, plugged that area. He continues with this nagging length outside the off stump. Keeps Ramnat in check. 45. Good contest on hand. Jamaica, they were winners in the one-day tournament. Short outside the off stump. Looking to punch that through covers. But the slow nature of the wicket, really, he played it a little bit early and only finding the man at short extra cover. a delivery. Out by Ramnath. Pretty quiet period for him since lunch, Ramnath.
Yeah, it's a good test of attrition for the young man. He was scoring freely before lunch, and the way Mead is operating quite metronomic in his approach since that lunch interval, just trying to run in and get it on line and length, not trying to do anything else.
This one is hitting the outer portion of the bat and finding that man at short third man. That's where really can't miss him. Continues to bowl for Jamaica, looking for another wicket. Still anybody's game here. Seeing as the first innings will go to Trinidad and Tobago. To Trinidad at 145 for 5. A few runs to eclipse that 152 made by Jamaica. Call saying that if Trinidad and Tobago don't apply themselves, they could actually get bowled out under this 152, but they have proven to be much better than they were in the previous tournaments and the one-day tournament. They have batted exceptionally well, especially Ramnath. They have gotten partnerships together, but what has happened that they continue to lose one or two quick wickets, so they have to be very careful here as the days continue. As they continue. Yeah. This one is a fighting delivery. Pushed back by James. He's on 12. Not still on 52, haven't scored since the lunch. Pitching leg stump and going across the stump outside the off stump. He's turning this is ball. There's some S on this ball for him.
It's quite amazing actually that he hasn't picked up more wickets.
I think it's just his level of consistency. Again, he goes up. The umpire has no interest in that. Seems to have found his length. Line. Thinking with 3 balls going past the bat, thinking that this will bring somebody in, catching at gully. Just hitting the outer portion of the bat and one wider than the first. As James takes his guard. Beaten 3 consecutive balls so far. Good bowling. Delivery, it's a good thinking there. Came down on top of it, just squeeze it out to square leg.
You see how easy it was for the batter to get back onto that because it was quicker. So the slower he bowls, the more difficult it is for the batter to contend with him.
This reminds me of the Australian spinner, Shane Warne.
The late great Shane Warne.
So it just reminded me of him. He had the ability to do that to any batter early. Some excellent bowling by the youngster.
Everything reminiscent of Shane Warne except for just didn't pick up a wicket. That was the only thing missing really.
It happens. It's cricket. 145 for 5. Seems to have found that line and length which he's been searching for.
Now from a Jamaican perspective, they will hope that he will continue when he comes back to bowl just keep walking away on that line and length and don't try to do anything different.
This one is hitting the outer portion of the bat again. Excellent feeling by Ware. Disrupting those stumps. Still thinking that there should be a man just on the edge of that square where those balls are actually hitting the outer portion of the bat. Traveling the air somewhat. I think that could be an opportunity to dismiss this batsman from Trinidad, Ramnath.
Yeah, a bit closer is what you're saying, Kenroy, because the slip, I mean, they've really not been in play, and it just appears as if the bowlers, the fast bowlers, they're running in really, they're giving it their all to no reward really. So just a bit more innovation from Jamaica if they just decide to bring the fielder up, bring a slip fielder a bit closer. As you mentioned, somewhere on the turf there next to that other wicket close to the playing surface.
You have to be thinking. You can't always be orthodox. In situations like these, you have to be doing some things which are outside of the box. When it comes to cricket. I'm not being a little bit uncomfortable. You haven't seen a signal from him. Probably just squeezing the glove, squeezing his fingers in the glove, a full delivery, but no signal from the umpire. A little bit uncomfortable for him not there.
Yeah, surprised him really. Probably caught him off guard. Mead has been so disciplined with his line and length. That one definitely took him by surprise.
This one is a Yorker dug out. I'm not finding it much difficult. Yes, this field. But I must give credit to the fast bowler. He's been bowling well. Sticking to the plans, bowling on the off stump, bowling straight. Not giving Ram not that opportunity to score. This one is a full one on his legs. Put over square leg. He's going for one. He's back for two. No ball signal by the umpire.
Yeah, it was a bit too high there from Mead. Just searching for those Yorkers. He's been able to execute a Yorker in this over, unfortunately, on that occasion, just over pitching. And Ramnath getting enough bat on it to help it over that square leg fielder.
He's been putting in the effort. He's been bowling well. I think he's just probably tiring somewhat. He had a good spell just before lunch. I think this is his third over. And he's driving this nicely. Actually, this third run for Ramnath after lunch. First one, moving up to offs. To the man at mid-off. So he moves up by 3, 55. And Trinidad and Tobago 149. 149 for 5, edging even closer to the 152. So with that single, it brings James on strike for the first time against the fast bowlers. So he squeezed out another Yorker. Brings you over to an end, 149 for 5, 149 for 5. Ramnath on 55 and James on 12.
Ramnath just getting a change of glove. He's been hit on that glove once before. I must say, Kenroy, been impressed with the youngsters so far. I mean, it's easy to be harsh on them sometimes when certain mistakes are created. However, we have to remember that, they're young men still in the development stage of their cricket, a lot of them. Yes, we see the talent on display, so sometimes we get frustrated really by some of the dismissals, some of the deliveries that they bowl. But I must say, looking at both teams in the field, Trinidad and Tobago and now Jamaica, they've assessed conditions well. So it's good to see that they're learning as they go, and hopefully they can implement this the other games to come and in their future. So impressive stuff. I mean, look, the fast bowler, for example, he's not trying to run in and bounce the players. He realized that it's not the sort of surface for it. And the field is set perfectly as well for straight bowling when the pace is in operation. So I must commend both teams for dissecting conditions well throughout this match so far.
Still would love to see that man at Gully, really, for that flighty delivery and that drive. Love to have a man inside of that area. He has found his line and length. So he should be given the support. Next stump squeezed out. Some excitement by the man at mid-wicket. That's where thought they had this man there. 149 for 5. Redwood continues. Loose delivery. Dealt with. Three bounce into the fence. Full delivery by Redwood, and every time he hits the length, he bowls a bad delivery.
Yeah, unfortunately for Redwood, it's been the story of his day, really. I mean, he's produced some breathtaking deliveries for his team. Hasn't picked up wickets with those deliveries, and then ever so often he bowls something that the batters can really climb into and score runs. It just shows me if the Trinidad and Tobago batters are able to survive those deliveries, then they'll be able to capitalize as Ramnath did that time.
This one is short and he's pouncing on it, pulling it 2 square leg. 4 more runs to Ramnath. Bad delivery there by Redwood.
And there you go, back-to-back boundaries there for Ramnath. So Redwood is just off his radar here, over pitching on that occasion. The ball before, and that delivery just dragged it down. It's easy for Ramnath, who's set quite well at the crease, to just put that away.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago have gone past a target of 152.
It's not,
In the lead.
it's not encouraging for the captain either, because he had that fielder out at deep square after that over from Redwood that had the ball bouncing and turning away from Orlando James. He decided to get to bring that fielder up to restrict that single, and 2 bad balls in the over, really.
Jamaicans. Things just not going their way. 157 for 5.
Yeah, they've surpassed that first innings total of Jamaica. The Jamaican players looking up at that. Definitely, they really need to find the wicket, and it might cause the bowlers to lose their read, as we've seen Redwood really searching his all, but just not executing
It's played in the appropriate manner. It's over to an end. So 157 for 5. 152. Well done to Trinidad and Tobago. They have taken 4 innings points here in this game, and day number 2. We are halfway through this day's proceedings, and as we continue to carry coverage here, Tata Osnet, who's ready to do his stint with Stacey Ann for the next half an hour. Comes into the booth to hold his spell in the hot sun.
Kenroy, the way you are hurrying Osnet on the mic, it makes me feel like I'm not good enough company for you. Yeah, so 5 runs in the lead now, Osnet.
Yes, definitely a target Trinidad and Tobago team would have been aiming for, getting into the lead. So it's just a matter of batting, just building on this lead and trying to put some pressure on the Jamaican team.
Yes, one is edged and through the keeper and the slip for 4 runs.
I've seen quite a bit of these type of shots. Educated edge, as my co-commentator Kenroy mentioned earlier. Me there, unlucky on that occasion, a good delivery, just nipping back on the batter there. Orlando James getting the edge and getting himself a boundary.
Yeah, lucky there from James, but the way things have gone on this surface, we almost knew that wasn't going to go to hand unless the slip fielder just gets in a touch closer. Even the keeper himself can take a few steps up. Or even I was thinking the line that lead is bowling, the keeper can look to keep up to the stump.
Yes, that was actually a conversation as we see umpire Banwari signaling no ball. So just overstriding their mid. Yes, that was a conversation we had earlier while Kenroy and I were on stint. The position of the slip cordon, we're not seeing a lot of pace in this wicket, not a lot of carry. So definitely a position where you have to take a risk if you really want to effect a catch there. We've seen quite a few deliveries coming off the outside edge and going down, and it's definitely something for the Jamaicans to think about.
Tobago, 9 runs now. The situation in the game where they need to impart some sort of balance really between run scoring and not losing wickets quickly, because at this point the ascendancy, so they need to continue to strive. So deliveries like that, run scoring opportunity presented, have to be taken from the Trinidad and Tobago teams. They will look into amass some sort of lead where they can send Jamaica in and confidently, think that they can bowl them out or restrict them from overhauling that lead.
I think that's something I've been very impressed with Ramnath's innings. He has not only kept out the good balls, but whenever the bad balls have presented themselves, he has actually capitalized and scored. So I don't think he needs to do anything out of the ordinary, Ramnath. Just need to continue in the same vein that he has been operating in. And I'm sure there's a big total here for him today. Well, Trinidad and Tobago be hoping that is the case.
This one is whipped nicely off his pads. Won't run away to the boundary, but picks up 2. And just as you were mentioning, anything on offer for him to score off of, he's been looking to put them away. This time opting to go up and over the onside.
Yes, very much so. I think a bit of confidence has been instilled in his batting this afternoon or this morning. Mead, on the other hand, just striving for that magic delivery. We saw him bowl that Yorker length delivery to Joshua Davis, just before lunch. And I just think after lunch he has been striving for that delivery a bit too often. As we see it once again, well directed this time.
He got it spot on that occasion, but I think Ramnath, having been there for so long, is wary of his plan and is willing to combat it as best as he can, and he's doing well so far, Ramnath.
Yes, having watched Mead throughout the 50-over tournament, we mentioned that he doesn't have that express pace, but what he has is that surprise element in terms of a short delivery. So far, because of the nature of the wicket here at Annesville, he has not been able to utilize that delivery as often as he would like.
Oh, this is as soft as it can get. A delivery on the pads, and Ramnath looking to flicked it uppishly to the man at square leg.
Another one of those soft dismissals, Stacey, and we have seen quite a bit of those throughout this game. A delivery on the line of the leg stump. There was Mead once again striving for that full-length delivery. Misdirected to some extent, but thankfully for him, Ramnath played it uppishly straight to the man there at square leg, who took a comfortable catch. So the end of a very good innings here from Ramnath. He's a bit disappointed, but he has to go. Trinidad and Tobago 165 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, really gifting Mead that wicket. I mean, he's toiled really, he's worked really hard. He deserved the wicket. And oftentimes you see a wicket fall into a delivery that you wouldn't think should get a wicket. And here you go again, Ramnath, after being set, scoring 65 runs, was caught by Marlon Powell, who took an easy catch in the end. It was the last delivery of the over, and Vasant Singh makes his way to the middle with Orlando James.
It's a disappointing way to end that innings. What has been a very impressive innings there from Ramnath. Saw quite a bit of him from since last year's tournament. Always seemed to have the tools really to put that big innings together, but not before today. We've actually seen that manifesting itself. So it's good to see him get some runs. I know he will be disappointed. I'm sure he had 3 figures in mind, but unfortunate way to go as we see Vasant Singh. So just another opportunity again for the lower order to just forge some partnerships and try and frustrate the Jamaicans.
Yeah, an awe-inspiring innings there from Ramnath. He came out to bat when had some pressure heaped on them really, losing 2 quick wickets, 3, as Nick Ramlal we know was dismissed on the last delivery yesterday. And the way he batted, the way he went about his thing showed great fortitude to get them over that first innings total of Jamaica. Must be applauded. So Orlando James and Vasant Singh now. Alex Hines, the new bowler. Left arm spinner. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet. Hasn't looked threatening really to any of the batters. The Jamaican teams will be hoping for things to turn around for him.
Yes, definitely so. His captain will be looking for a big spell here from him, just to try and close out this Trinidad and Tobago innings. So far he has been a bit inconsistent, I would say. Bowled well in the 50 over tournament, and he would have been hoping to transfer that sort of form into the 3-day format. But unfortunately for him, at least so far, we haven't seen that type of consistency that we know he normally portrays.
Hasn't gotten a lot of turn as the other spinners have done on this wicket so far, interestingly.
I think it's because he bowls at a quicker pace, and we mentioned it before and on commentary with Kenroy. He bowls at a quicker pace than, let's say, for example, Redwood. So he doesn't really give the ball the opportunity to actually turn.
One just past the diving hand of Jordan in the slip. Two more runs.
Because what we've seen is the spinners who are able to give the ball a bit of flight, bowl a bit slower, they tend to extract a bit more turn. Even Powell, Marlon Powell, we saw some prodigious turn from him earlier in the innings. Ramlal, while the Trinidad and Tobago were bowling, he got some turn as well. So it's a template that they could use. Well, definitely Hines should use in terms of deciding the pace at which he bowls at and the trajectory. Last delivery again fired through.
It's nice from Alex to finish his over. 167 for 6.
Yes, Alex Hines completing another over there. He's been rather economical without being overly threatening. 10 overs, none for 15. So he hasn't given much away, Stacey, but I think what we want to see is a bit more guile from him. Actually offering a bit of a threat, a bit more threat to the Trinidad and Tobago batters.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he really fires it in compared to an Andrew Rambaran who has been effective with the left-arm spinner from Trinidad and Tobago's team. He bowls at a slower pace. But what you see from Rambaran is a mixture of pace and variation in length as well on the surface when he bowls. Alex Hines, on the other hand, is just looking to fire it in a bit more. It's almost as if he's afraid to bowl it slower to these batters, which might be more successful if he tries that.
As we see Edwards coming in for another spell. So we saw both pacers in bowling in tandem in the first session. Jamaica opting to start with their spinners earlier this morning, and then reverted to the seamers. And once again, we're seeing Rian Edwards replacing Mead, who got the breakthrough in the last over.
So Vasan Singh, the farm batter. He's new to the crease, so I believe the captain might be asking of Rian Edwards just to produce a similar spell to that of Mead, who just ended his spell. He was bowling very full, threatening the stumps on most occasions, looking to bowl that Yorker length. New batter in the middle.
Yes, and I will maintain my stance in terms of how I think the seamers should actually go on this wicket. I think they should be aiming at the stumps, back of a length, try Yorkers, as we saw from Mead and even Agard when the Trinidad and Tobago team bowled. So we have not seen any edge to slip or any sort of dismissal of that nature, even to the wicket keeper. So trying to effect such a dismissal, it's going to be very difficult on this type of wicket. So I think for the seamers, it's just a matter of bowling straight and being patient, and rewards will definitely come.
Frustration from Edwards, just throwing back the ball at Vasan Singh, but going straight to the keeper. So yeah, as a fast bowler, you must be frustrated to see numerous edges just falling and dying in front of that slip card, and you're producing the edge, you're thinking, what do I got to do to get a wicket? And the template that Agard operated on in his last spell of the day, yesterday, is what they should be looking to do on the surface.
It's a good line from Edwards, a bit better length as well, trying to get the batter on the front foot. A bit of inward movement. I think the big difference is between Agard and what we're seeing from the seamers for Jamaica is that Agard was able to actually extract some movement through the air. I'm not sure if they were able to walk on the ball better, get a bit of reverse swing later on yesterday evening. That's something the Jamaican seamers have failed to really get from the surface.
167 for 6. 64 overs bowled.
It's a good testing over there from Edwards to Singh. I think they'll want to bowl most of their overs at Singh. Keep James away from the strike. We've seen that he has the power to find the boundaries. Relatively good technique, Lando James. Hasn't done a lot of bowling in this tournament. We saw him bowl last year, right? Medium fast. So I guess the emphasis is really on his batting.
James looks like he always wants to be scoring, so we need to try and dry up runs to him. Keep some pressure on him. Keep him off strike for as long as possible. And when he's on strike, just don't allow him to get a run. That's what the Jamaican team needs to be doing at this point in time. Trinidad and Tobago to get a big first innings lead.
I think one criticism of the Jamaican bowling effort so far is the amount of, should we say, bad deliveries they really offered up, as in full tosses, short deliveries. Just allow the batters to score freely at times. And Ramnot, for example, he took full advantage of those sort of deliveries. So they will need to be tighter than that and make the batters work harder for their runs.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, yesterday, they bowled really well. 43 runs were scored of 25 overs, and not a single boundary was scored. So in comparison to yesterday, they did a much better job of keeping things tight. I mean, credit to Trinidad and Tobago to soak up all that pressure. Nick Rambaran and Justin Jagisa picked the gaps well and ran well yesterday.
I think that's the challenge for the captain as well in terms of the use of Redwood. Yes, we have seen him turn the ball square really. A lot of turn on offer for him. what has also happened in his bowling spell, he has offered a lot of scoring opportunities for the batters. So the captain is therefore forced to have what we call an in-out sort of feel. And
Maiden over from Alex Hines. 167 for 6.
yes, another steady over from Hines. Maiden over actually. So he's managed to string a couple of maidens together. As we mentioned, he's bowled miserly so far in this innings. Just not creating those sort of opportunities to take wickets that the captain might be hoping from him.
Back-to-back maidens for Team Jamaica. Question is, can they maintain that pressure on Trinidad and Tobago? That's what they need to do at this point in time if they are to pick up another wicket soon. Just to slow the run scoring.
Singh is coming forward again. Edwards there. Very pumped up, really. Has toiled away all day. Running hard. He's a bowler with a big heart. We see him giving his full effort, 100% all the time. Definitely looking to mop up the tail or the lower order. Term it as that. I don't want to use the word tail.
These days in cricket, last person coming in can handle themselves with the bat these days. So, top order, middle order, and lower order, no longer tail, as they used to mention in cricket. Ryan Edwards, he is the main seamer in this attack. He hasn't picked up wicket as yet, so I expect to see him running in this hard, try and clean things up for the Jamaican team. Really giving it his all there. Too full on that occasion with pace, and it's been put away for a boundary by Vasan Singh.
Yes, another one of those deliveries we were spoken about earlier in terms of just offering an opportunity for the batter to get some runs. A full toss on the line of the leg stump. Vasan Singh just coming inside of the line and working it nicely out to deep mid wicket. Well timed by him. So he gets his first boundary, and Trinidad and Tobago now they're up to 171 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, and sometimes this can happen. You haven't picked up a wicket as yet. You feel like you're bowling to batters that you should really pick up their wicket from the first ball you bowl, and then you just try to do too much and serve up poor delivery.
It's a better line, a better length. Coming back into the left hander, well left as well from Vasan Singh. So maybe a bit of confidence creeping into his batting as well. Good conditions here for cricket at the Arnersville playing field. I think a bit of rain was in the forecast, but thankfully, Stacey, we haven't seen any evidence of that. So long may it last.
Singh is batting before A-guard, so he must have some sort of capabilities with the bat in hand. Just remember in that 50-over game that they last played, Trinidad and Tobago, A-guard produced a rescue act for them really, and he looked quite compact with the bat in hand. So Singh must have some sort of pedigree with the bat.
Yes, as you mentioned, these are low order batters. I think most of them can handle themselves. It's a matter of forging partnerships, trying to get too aggressive or anything. Just Orlando Dreams at the other end. He has looked good so far in this innings. So just a matter of Singh and the other batters just trying to forge partnerships all the way down. And if they do so successfully, they'll be able to get some form of a lead and then put some pressure on the Jamaicans.
Yeah, so 171 for 6. 67 overs bowled in this innings so far. Trinidad and Tobago, they'll be proud of 68 overs rather. Trinidad and Tobago, they'll be proud of their efforts with the bat so far. I mean, proud really, the way they've gone in this match. I mean, they've managed to restrict the Jamaican charge. I mean, the Jamaican team will probably come in with a lot of confidence into this 3-day format. They just won the 50 over tournament, and they were looking really to stamp their authority on the bowling of Trinidad and Tobago, but such good bowling from them that they were able to restrict that intent.
Definitely. It's definitely an improved batting performance from Trinidad and Tobago. I think what we've seen is that they've managed to form some partnerships. At least I think we have 3 partnerships of 40 or more so far in the innings, and they'll be hoping that they can continue along that vein.
Good to hear the Jamaican teams living every delivery really from Alex Hines. They were a bit quiet before. They're really living every delivery. They realize they need to pick up 3 wickets as quickly as possible.
So I think they realize the importance of this junction in the game. It's important that Jamaica try and limit this lead. It's also equally as important for Trinidad and Tobago to try and extend the lead.
That one was pulled down on that occasion from Alex Hines. Pick up 2. A bit aerially, but no one close by to take a catch.
It's a little bit short of a length there from Hines. Once again, that delivery being pushed through at a reasonable pace. James there going back and try to pull this one somewhere in the region of mid-wicket. Not timing it as well as he would like. 2 more runs added to the total to the Trinidad and Tobago lead.
So just 2 runs coming in that over. 173 now. 6 wickets down. I've been saying 3 wickets, Osnet, but it's just 6 wickets down. It's actually 4 wickets that they need to get. I apologize to all the viewers. So 173 for 6, 4 wickets. A Jamaican team needs 69 overs bowled.
It's good going from the Trinidad and Tobago team. As you mentioned, came into this game being a bit of underdogs really, considering what took place in last year's tournament, how they've batted in the 50 over tournament. But it just goes to show that as long as you're able to get some confidence as a batting unit, it can go a long way with you putting up better scores, and we've seen that today. Got off to a reasonable start, considering that was a critical session yesterday afternoon. As I thought Jagosa and Ramlal batted very well. Laid the foundation really. And today we have seen the likes of Ramnath actually pushing the scoring around.
Yeah, as young men, you have to be able to acquire knowledge and be willing to implement it in different components of this beautiful game that we love so much. And I must say that Trinidad and Tobago, they have done that quite well. From last year, from the 50 over, and now into the 3-day format.
It must be hard as a captain though, in terms of when we look at Redwood, you tend to bowl some jaffas really, some unplayable deliveries. And you get the feeling that a wicket is around the corner, but so far he has only been able to pick up 2 wickets, and I'm sure the captain, he feels like he should have him on, but then we've seen that he has leaked a lot of runs as well.
Oh, this one is driven on the up. Will it get to the fence? Yes, it does. So 4 more runs to Vasan Singh.
So I think it's an attempted slow delivery there from Edwards. It's not well disguised, because even from the commentary box here, we can actually see it was. And Vasan Singh just punching that one over the man there at mid-off. Another welcome boundary for Trinidad and Tobago. So they continue to soldier on here at the Annosville playing field. They're already into a lead. It's 177, yes, for the loss of 6.
Yeah. Despite all that's happening around him, Singh is not willing to give up an opportunity to score. Anything that he can score off of, anything he's been given the opportunity to score off of, he's dispatched well.
It's a relatively easy paced wicket. So even Singh coming in at number 8 looks to be reasonably comfortable with what's happening out there. Jamaican team, as long as this lead continues to increase, it will just dent their confidence a bit. Attempted short delivery there from Edwards, not really rising to any great extent. And wicketkeeper Trevon Williams, who have had a very good day behind his stumps, mind you, had to cope with deliveries coming in at different lengths. That one dying on its way to him. As we speak, seeing some dark clouds to our left there. Normally the area where the rain comes from. So we were speaking about the fact that we had some rain in the forecast for this weekend. But hopefully keep our fingers crossed. It will not affect proceedings here at the Annesville playing field as Trinidad continue to pile on the runs here. 177 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, just going back to Redwood, you made a point about Redwood. You know, him playing, bowling, deliveries, marvelous deliveries, and then giving away. Giving away some runs. Look for a quick single. It's not advised. Yeah, so as a captain, you mentioned that it's tough, but sometimes, I mean, in this format, if that bowler is going to get a wicket for you, despite him bowling 1 or 2 deliveries in the over that's going to go for runs, then sometimes you just have to put up with it, set the fields accordingly, and just hope that one of the magic deliveries can actually get a wicket for you.
I think we can give him some leeway, seeing that he's a leg spinner as well. It's a difficult art. We don't have a lot of leg spinners even in world cricket currently. So they're rare commodities, and you know, at some point in time they will give you that bad delivery.
So I mean, with Redwood, what the captain could have done is probably, yes, you have the aggressive field, you have the slip, maybe another batter, another fielder or 2 close in, but then you can push, you know, square leg back somebody at long on as well, just for that seemingly an imminent bad delivery from Wedwood.
Very good point. At least give him some sort of protection. In the event that he serves up that bad delivery, he's not punished as much as he has been punished so far. It's Alex Hines again finishes another over, so he gets through his overs very quickly. Alex Hines. It's a main over as well, so 177 it remains for 6. As we're seeing signs of the groundsmen making their way towards the covers, so that's never a good sign, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, it makes me wonder whatever happened to Sunday. I mean, the name says it all. Might be in for some rain. Ground staff, they're making their way over. Might be a short spell, hopefully, if it comes down.
Yeah, we definitely hope that is the case, because we have a compelling game here at the Annesville playing field. As I think it's going to be Powell, Marlon Powell, coming for another spell, this time from the Beckway end.
It is the first time he's going to bowl from the Beckway end. He operated from the commentary booth end. Picked up a wicket of Kyle Ramdu, ball behind his legs.
Yes, 8 overs, 1 for 19 so far. Powell, you mentioned he got that big wicket of Ramdu. He's another of those bowlers we've seen on show here, Stacey, and where he tends to, as we see the umpires doing the proactive thing and calling on the covers, so it tells me that the rain is imminent. Hopefully it doesn't last too long. So the players are actually coming off here at the Arnorsville playing field. Trinidad and Tobago responding to 152 for 9 declared from Jamaica. They are 177 for 6. So what we'll do, we'll take a short break here and we'll rejoin you with live cricket after this rain break. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Annesville playing field. After that sharp shower, it's good to see that we're going to have some cricket again. Just a change in the conditions of play here at the Annesville playing field. We'll now have tea at 3:30 and play will be extended to 5:51. So a long evening here for us this afternoon as Trinidad and Tobago resumes their innings 177 for the loss of 6. Vasan Singh, he's on 8 and Orlando James is on 21. Welcome back, Kenroy.
Yes, good afternoon, and we have extended period of play here this afternoon between these two teams as they continue to battle here. As first delivery has been bowled down the leg, Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. Tea has been extended and also the day's play. So, interesting times ahead.
Interesting times for you, Kenroy. I know you have some plans for later on. To put that in the back seat for now as we see Marlon Powell continuing from the backway end. Batter here, Vasan Singh continues to work hard, trying to build a partnership here with Orlando James as Trinidad looks to extend their lead. Still a bit of cloud cover. Not the best seeing conditions really for the batters. A bit dark out there, Kenroy.
Yeah, just a heavy dark grey cloud covering over Annesville playing field. The rain have just subsided really. Didn't do much to the outfield. Pretty good surface this is when it comes to rain. But the conditions have changed somewhat. It's pretty cool. The spinners operate here in cool conditions. The wind is not really blowing, but cricket continues.
Yes, an attempting sweep shot there from Vasan Singh. We've seen a number of batters throughout this match attempting that sweep shot. On this occasion, Vasant missing it completely. Thankfully for him, umpire Banwari turns down the appeal as that over is completed. And Trinidad and Tobago 177 for the loss of 6.
Well, I think Trinidad and Tobago has done exceptionally well. They have batted themselves into a strong position, and they continue to do so. They are leading now by just about 25 runs. And this is day number 2 out of 3. Really, if they could bat through the rest of the evening and put a total of, actually give a lead, really, of about 100 runs or so, I think they would be really in the driver's seat in a commanding position where Jamaica would have to bat the final day on a low, slow wicket.
Yes, it's important that Trinidad and Tobago try and maximize the lead that they get on this first innings. That would definitely put them in the box seat, the driving seat, as you would say. Jamaica didn't have the best of batting efforts in the first innings, but they will definitely have to bat well, regardless of whatever total the Trinidad and Tobago team put up here this afternoon.
Indeed, they would have to do that. So, Redwood comes back into the attack. Bowls some good deliveries, but
this one is a top edge. And no man's falling in no man's land, really. A short, fine leg there would have been a good position as another sweep shot is attempted there by Orlando James, taking it top edge, and thankfully for him and Trinidad and Tobago fell nowhere close to fielder. So 178 for the loss of 6.
The broom has come out very early. It has not really connected, has not really taken anything out of the corner. Still there. Jamaica still looking to dismiss Trinidad and Tobago. But that's good signs for them. Trinidad, they have not batted as well as they are doing today. So they should be very much proud of themselves in this, the first game in this 3-day tournament.
Singh is using his feet. I haven't seen a lot of that today from the Trinidad and Tobago batters. Redwood on that occasion just pulling his length back, and Singh is forced to just play it out to the man there at mid-wicket. think the spinners are going to find a little bit of difficulty with the ball here, Kenroy. With the rain that fell in the outfield. They'll have to constantly be drying this ball, keeping it as dry as possible.
Well, hopefully there's not a lot of moisture left from the rain. But doesn't seem to affect Redwood. Has good control over that ball so far.
And earlier we were speaking about Redwood. We spoke about his inconsistencies really, in terms of not getting enough deliveries in that corridor that most leg spinners will look for. He's offered a lot of scoring opportunities, so he was speaking earlier in terms of getting the right feel to support his type of bowling.
And every time he gets it right, he creates problems. Just like that, once he gets it right, he creates problems for the batters, really, Redwood. So his little issue is consistency, getting the ball in the right areas on a consistent basis. And I think that he would be very effective as a leg spinner.
Definitely so. That last delivery, I think, was that googly. He has shown that googly from time to time. One not directed as well as he would have liked. Bit of bounce as well. Bit of a large puff of dust coming from the wicket there. Something that we have seen from since day one.
Surface is pretty dry, slow as well. A lot of time to play. And this one is just turned to square leg by James for another single. Trinidad continues to pile on these runs here against Jamaica.
Yes, 180 for the loss of 6. 73 overs completed. Something to look forward to as well is the new ball that will be due after 80 overs. So that's 7 overs away. So I think that is why we are seeing the spinners now in operation. Ideally, you want your two seamers being fresh to take the new ball. But then again, the new ball also offers opportunities for the batters to score.
That would be an option for the skipper to decide, something that he would have to decide whether he wants to take the new ball or continue with his spinners. His pacers has bowled well. They have bowled well in this game. So probably may just lean towards that decision of taking the new ball here, actually with the lower order as well. So it just might be effective.
As we see, Powell will continue from the backward end. He's bowling to James. He's walking this one nicely to the man there at square leg. Attempted to take a single that would have been suicidal, really. Captain Barnes coming around and preventing a single. So there's a man at deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Square leg, mid wicket. Mid on, mid off, cover, backward point, and a solitary slip. So Powell, it will be continuing again outside the off stump. James this time stretching a bit. There's no run. So Powell into his 9th over. 1 for 19. So got an early breakthrough. Skipper will be looking for him to do likewise in this spell before tea. A flighted delivery there. James using his feet. Total of 23 for him so far. 23 from 50 deliveries as he's stroking this one nicely through the covers. Should be able to get a second. Yes. So Trinidad continue to pile on the runs. 2 more added to the total. 182 for the loss of 6.
Yes, and if it continues like this for the afternoon, where Trinidad keeps just picking the runs, Jamaica would find himself really chasing the 8 ball with a day to go. And another session and a day to go, really. Trinidad has put themselves in a really strong position at 182 for 6. They would like to get at least 250 runs, but present, they have just about 4 wickets in hand. That would be dependent heavily on James, who's not out on 24, and Singh, who's with him. They would need to put on a decent partnership between both of them to get them to that total.
Yes, we have seen Orlando James, very confident innings from him so far. He's put away some bad deliveries being served up to him, but he's also walked the ball into the gaps, which is equally as important. Vasan Singh, he's there, seemed to be willing to bat and form somewhat of a partnership. So that rain seemed to have left us as we look to the left, where the rain normally comes from. It's reasonably clear, just a bit cloudy at this point in time. We'll be hoping that we have no more interruptions throughout the day. It's Powell again, flight in his delivery. James is punching it back to the bowler. Jamaican fielders not that vibrant as we saw maybe an hour, 2 hours ago. Understandably, Trinidad and Tobago, they have been able to just put together a couple partnerships and actually put themselves in a position of strength as we see another over being completed. Trinidad and Tobago, they are 182 for the loss of 6.
It's a good position to be in just before tea. 182 for 6. So James is on 24. And his partner Singh is on 8. Really, the Jamaican fielders look a little bit dejected. Just bouncing around, really walking around on the field, getting to their positions. There's not that flurry of energy. Understandable. But it's a game of cricket. Still a lot of time in this game. A lot of time. Things could change. Over or 2.
They'll be hoping that Redwood can effect that change as he continues from the commentary box end. And he's sweeping a loud appeal and he's given. So a bit of an edge, maybe an inside edge there from Vasan Singh. It wasn't the best of deliveries. Pitched on the leg stump, turning further down the leg side. And a good take there from Trevor Williams. He has been impressive behind his stump. So Jamaica, they effect another breakthrough, and Trinidad and Tobago, they are now 182 for the loss of 7.
Well, another sweep shot brings the demise of another batsman. Goes back to the pavilion for 8. His stint was short. 182 for 7 now. They were looking for a target of 152. Really, they should be looking to get to at least 200 runs plus here and put Jamaica under pressure to bat a second time. But wicket number 7 has gone, and that brings the number 11.
Number 11 on his back, Abdul Rahman Juman, fast bowler, coming in at number 9. Once again, he'll be looking to get a partnership going with Orlando James. He's been there for a while, 55 deliveries, 25 runs. And that's another breakthrough for Redwood. They'll have figures of 3 for 58 from 20 overs. So it's bowled a lot of overs, Redwood. The leg spinner. He's slowly but surely reaping the rewards.
Well, you're correct there. Slowly but surely. Sort of a mixed bag from him. Some good overs, pitched, turn, bounce. And some ordinary deliveries and some bad deliveries. These were dispatched. So he had a mixed bag. You have had a mixed bag so far, bowling from this end and also the other end.
So this delivery is outside the line of the off stump, turning away. Full toss once again. I think we've seen that before. But on this occasion, the batter there, being a number 9 batter, not able to put that one away. It slipped out of his hands.
Well, you have seen these deliveries from Redwood regularly. So probably part of his repertoire.
This one is a flighted delivery there. Juman coming on to the front foot. Surprised not to see a bit more feelers around the bat. We mentioned the mixed lengths and lines from Redwood. But we like to think with a number 9 in, might need a bit more company. Short leg. Or even a leg gully as that delivery is played in that region. So a successful over comes to an end there for Redwood. It's now 182 for the loss of 7.
Yes. Scalp been taken by Redwood because he's inconsistent. He has gotten the wickets when they needed it. So he has picked up 3 wickets thus far in his spell, about 20 odd overs, 21 overs so far. He is bowled.
Yes.
So he has some returns for his work as things continue to unfold here. 182 for 7.
As we see, Powell continues to James. Once again, fluent in that drive. Can't pierce the offside feed. Beckford has done a lot of work in the covers throughout this innings. James seemed to be prepared to not doing anything rash. I think he has a bit of confidence in his batting partner. But as he continues to go down this batting order, he will need to farm the strike a bit more and try and get the lead for Trinidad and Tobago somewhere close to that 75 mark. Or even 100, as you mentioned earlier. There's a loud appeal and umpire Banwari not interested.
The more this lead is extended, it becomes more difficult for Jamaica. But in a second time, they have to erase it and start again. And with the conditions of this wicket, they will find it very difficult to do so.
This one taking the inner portion of the bat. Captain there, Barnes, coming around to a short fine leg position. Can't prevent the single. So one more added to the total, 183 for the loss of 7. Yes, the lead is currently 31. So in the context of this game though, 31 might seem a small total, but it's a reasonable lead so far from Trinidad and Tobago, and they'll be looking to build on it, as we mentioned. I think anything past 50 start to get worrying for the Jamaicans. As we see Barnes again, coming in at a leg gully position, attacking position for the number 9 batter there, Juman. Delivery's turning down the leg side. Juman shoulders, arms. So it's another over completed. 1 run coming from it. And Trinidad and Tobago responding to 152 for the loss of 9 made by Jamaica earlier. They are now 183 for 7. Juman, he's there. Not out on naught. And Orlando James, he's on 26 from 59 deliveries.
Pretty good stuff here from Trinidad and Tobago. That they didn't have a really good time with the bat. But Ramnath batted exceptionally well before he was out caught. Whipping that ball off his leg straight to the man at square leg. He did an exceptionally good job for them. James, who's not out on 25, is doing well also.
So we see Redwood starting another over with a full toss. Dispatched once again. James there will be reasonably disappointed with that. We want to take advantage of these scoring opportunities that Redwood tends to give to the batter from time to time, as we see in this one, creeping really, rolling across the ground. Well played in the end from Orlando James.
That one rolled. He got the bat to it, dug it out, squeeze it to the man at cover. He survives.
Another full toss, and this time James is hitting this one over deep mid wicket. 3-4 bounces into the fence. So another boundary for James. Another gift being given there by Redwood.
Well, he has bowled one of those deliveries almost every over. He got away with it about a ball or so before. But this time, James is telling him that he's not going to get away with that one. And he smacked that over mid-wicket into the fence for 4 to increase his tally by 4 more runs, and Trinidad and Tobago tally by 4 more.
It's just that tendency from Redwood, as we mentioned earlier, to just give the batter that scoring opportunity. I think from a captaincy perspective, though, I think you need to give him some protection, especially in that deep mid-wicket boundary. I will take out one of those men in the covers and just give him that sort of protection out there. I think the fact that we have a bit of moisture in the outfield is going to help him as well. This one is punched out there to where? There's no run. Yes, definitely we need to give him a bit more protection. So in the event that he does bowl that bad delivery, at least he has an opportunity to limit the batter to at least 1 run. Another full toss again, and this one is hitting that vicinity. Just spoke about deep mid-wicket. Batter not timing it as well as he would have liked there, James. But 2 more runs to the total. 189 for the loss of 7.
He's few more full tosses than he normally does, making it pretty easy for James to score. James has taken advantage of those full tosses, hitting him in the fence and also picking up runs off of them as well. So skipper has to be very careful as to how he tarries here with his bowler.
As another over comes to an end, 6 runs coming from it. So a good over there from Trinidad and Tobago's perspective. Trinidad, they march on to 189 for the loss of 7.
Well, still in a very strong position, Trinidad and Tobago. Looking at the nature of the wicket and the way that Jamaica batted first. Trinidad and Tobago is packed with spinners. The wicket has given those spinners some assistance. So they would be looking forward to bowling after Jamaica on the 3rd day, where the wicket would be very much worn. It's already playing low. So it makes things very interesting here at Annisville, going into the final session of the day and have 1 more day to play.
So I would definitely like to think there'll be a result in this game, given the evidence we've seen in terms of the wicket and some of the batsmanship we've seen so far as well. Some of the batters really gifting their wickets to the opposition. As we see Alex Hines once again back into the attack. I think this is his 4th spell coming from the Beckway, and this time a bit of sloppiness there from the Jamaicans. So maybe getting a bit frustrated. A bit of errors creeping into their game. As the batters there being gifted a 2nd run. Total is now 191 for 7. It's Alex Hines. He has bowled 13 overs so far, and none for 19. So 13.1, none for 19. Reasonably economical, but I think we can all conclude that it's not been his best bowling effort in terms of being a threat to the batters. Simply hasn't found his groove that we saw in the limited overs leg of this championship.
I thought that the more cricket you play, the better you become. But it's the opposite. Everything seems to be rather quiet, very quiet. breeze is hardly blowing. Dark, murky cloud over Arnesville playing field. The sun has not come back out since that shower.
I doubt we'll see the sun anytime soon, as this one is getting a bit of bounce, an appeal from the Jamaicans there that seem to have missed everything. So another over is completed. 2 runs coming from that one. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 191 for 7.
Even though you have some good deliveries being bowled here, see the ground staff is making movements again. Seems like you're going to be interrupted by some rain again here at Arnesville, but we're not in charge of that. We could only describe as to what is happening. As there's a change in the bowling. Edwards has returned, so I think that he's going to get an over here or 2. And then they will take the new ball to have him have a go at the lower order for the Trinidadian team.
Yeah, 78 overs completed, so 2 overs before that new ball becomes due. You mentioned the ground staff just making their way around with a high degree of urgency. But I think we're going to have another interruption soon. Our reliable weather expert just mentioning some rain on the way. As Edwards bowling from this commentary box end. Mentioned the visibility here at the Arnesville playing field currently. Not the best as a batter. With the left arm seamer into the attack. It's going to take some getting used to for both of these batters in the middle. Delivery on the line of the middle stump. James walking it out to the man there at short mid-wicket. So Ryan Edwards, 14 overs, none for 40. Not his best bowling efforts we've seen. Hasn't been as penetrative or as effective as we've gotten accustomed to. Still a bit of time to correct that. 3 wickets remaining in the Trinidad and Tobago innings. As we're going to see, yes, the umpires once again got the call on the ground staff. So frustrating period here for both teams. Expecting a bit of rain once again, so we're going to have another interruption here because of some rain. And Trinidad and Tobago, they're 191 for the loss of 7. Orlando James, he's there still on 32. And Abdurrahman Juman, he's there on 2. So we're going to take a short break as well. When we return, we'll have live action for you, weather permitting.
Welcome back to Arnesville playing field where the rain have subsided. Still some dark clouds around, but the players are on the field and we will have cricket being played here at Arnesville playing field with Trinidad and Tobago 191 for 7. They have erased that target of 152. And with me to carry to the evening is Stacey and Adams. Stacey, and good evening and welcome back.
Yeah, good evening, and good evening to all the viewers out there.
Just some information. You have a maximum of 21 overs for the day remaining, at least. We play up until 6 o'clock. And tomorrow we start promptly at 9:30, just to make up for the time that we have lost today due to the inclemency of the weather. But first delivery after long break. It's played forward in the approved manner.
Yeah, Rian Edwards is tasked with removing these last 3 batters. Jamaica will be eyeing up some wickets, some quick wickets, so they can have a knock this evening. And even more important than that, hopefully restricting this lead that Trinidad and Tobago have built so far.
They have done a good job keeping things in check. 191, they have batted 78 overs thus far. Edwards around the wicket. That was that angle.
Yes, they have a lead of 39. So
On a surface like this, a lead of 39, that's a lot of runs to get, you know. If your bowlers bowl properly, take the opportunities given, I think you could create that pressure that would cause Jamaica to be in some trouble on a third day on a wicket that is keeping low and really slow as well as they try to dismiss these other 3 remaining batsmen for Trinidad, but they are having none of it.
So the over is completed. Just a few deliveries are remaining in that over. Orlando James is there, not out, and Abdul Rahman Juman is also there with him. You think we'll see an injection of impetus for the remaining of the day's play, Kenroy?
Well, because there's another day remaining, really. I think the Trinidadians will just try to get through the day, score as much runs as possible. Try not to lose another wicket or so, and that would really put them in a strong position coming into the day number 3. The more runs they have on the board, it's better for them. And having a whole day to bowl after the Jamaicans gives them a lot of options to work with. Trying to get runs this afternoon to make much sense, but depends on their approach. As he drives and misses outside the off stump. Not collected clean, the bubble there by the wicket keeper. 191 for 7.
Yeah, the new ball is also due after this over. It'll be interesting to see if Jamaica takes it right away, or just prolong things with the spinner from the other end and Edwards with the older ball.
Well, it is due after this over. Edwards have bowled a warm-up over with the old ball. But it's for them to make that decision. Last 3 wickets to be had here. This one is just fight it outside the off stump, taken by the wicket keeper. There's a slip, backward pointer, sweeper, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, square leg, deep mid-wicket as well, under long on. Driving that one nicely to the man at short extra cover, hit in the middle of the bat. Juman showing that he's competent with the bat as well. Plays defensively this time. But James has batted very well for his 32. He's played a pretty good role for Trinidad and Tobago in this innings.
Yeah, he started aggressively But with the dismissal of Rajiv Ramnath, he just reined it in a bit and just begun to play the match situation. Was willing to stick it out longer. Overs finished 191 for 7. So the new ball is due.
Yes, the 8 overs have been completed. So Edwards is walking back to his mark. We have not seen any signal from the umpire that the new ball has been taken. Not too sure if they are interested in having that ball now, taking that new ball. But Edwards is bowling. He have one slip shot, like a fly slip there. Backward point, cover, short, extra cover. This one is outside the off stump. Keeping a trifle low, as we have seen during this game the last 2 days. Not much bounce on this surface. That one just sliding through really. Edwards around the wicket favors that area. This one is pitched up. There's a loud appeal. Umpire is shaking his head, a confident appeal, but not out, says the umpire. And rather disappointed are the Jamaicans, but not out, says the umpire.
There's a lot of dust came off the surface after he played that shot. It's probably something that got them excited. Maybe the bat hit the ground on the way through. But that's the sort of delivery that Ryan Edwards has been trying to get. One that pitches and just holds his line, but keeping a bit low.
That surely was a confident appeal. He ran all the way to backward point. Again, same line, but James is equal to the task this time. Full face of the bats, driving it out to the man at extra cover. Haven't seen the Jamaican that excited for the day, really.
Can I show in your day playing? You yourself probably ran all the way down to the keeper, appealing when nothing really hit the bat. May have gotten away with some as well.
Beg to differ there. This one is played to the man at fly slip area. He's running it down. He does the feeling. Never really gone that way. I like to play fair cricket.
Spirit of the game, Kenroy. You see you're big on that.
Yes, of course. Appeal when I have to. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. Probably at the end of the day you say, unlucky. But I thought, and sometimes you say, man, I got you out. But the umpire missed that one. Oh, what is that? He's out caught? Simple dismissal again. James, who have done a pretty good job. Edwards has taken a bowl and caught, simple catch, and wicket number 8 has gone for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, the one just lobbed up straight to Ryan Edwards that took a simple catch. He had a quizzical look at the pitch after being dismissed, maybe signaling to the dressing room something happened off the surface there. But a good delivery from Ryan Edwards, picking up his first wicket actually. Toiled hard and finally has been rewarded.
It seems as though that ball just held up in the wicket and bounced awkwardly and hit the upper portion of the bat and just lobbing back to Edwards, who took a simple catch. And Trinidad and Tobago now 191 for 8. James goes back to the pavilion after having a nice knock. 32, 191 for 8. And that brings the number, 29? Agard to the crease. He will be facing the bowling of Edwards, who have just picked up his first wicket. He has bowled long spells from both ends. Deserves a wicket.
Yeah, so left arm seamer to left arm seamer. Ryan Edwards bowling to Jason Agard, who himself is a left arm seamer, picked up 3 wickets to break the back of the Jamaicans' innings, the back end of it.
Change in the field. This one is pitched up. Equal to the task is the guard.
So 191 for 8. 81 overs bowled.
Well, at 191, Trinidad batted. Still batting, really. Basically for the entire day. Stacey, and how do you see this game playing out with a day remaining and just about an hour plus to go? What are your predictions, if there's any?
No predictions at this point in time. I mean, the way the game have swung from session to session in favor of both teams, really. Trinidad and Tobago, of course, getting the lead. You say that they're on top at this point. Weather as well might be a factor. So let's just see how it plays out on day 3.
Well, we have to complete day 2 first. Might have some surprises left.
Well, that's true, Kenroy.
Cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. I've seen a lot of things happening. This one has been driven up to the man at mid-off. Does the feeling. To the man at backward point, looking to score there. It only finds Edwards in the way. Does the feeling, tosses it back to the man at short, extra cover. Slip, backward point, short, extra cover, mid off. Mid wicket, square leg, deep square leg. Long off, and there's a sweeper. Interestingly, there's a sweeper.
Yes, and I think that's because of the inconsistencies we've seen with the spinners from the Jamaican team. So the captain just has some protection for any sort of non-threatening deliveries that might be put away. Powell has held his own well so far since the resumption of play. So we might well see some fielders coming in.
That's what 3 of us completed. They have not scored a run so far since the return. Pretty tight bowling here by the Jamaicans. 191 still, and they have taken a wicket. So that break has walked in the favor of the Jamaicans thus far. Taking a wicket without a run being scored. Sun has burst out through the clouds again. Probably the last of it for the day. Edwards just picking up his first wicket. Runs away from us. Solidly in defense is Agard.
I wonder what the plan is for Trinidad and Tobago. 8 wickets down. Do you think they'll look for some quick runs, get Jamaica in this evening, or do you think they'll just keep batting?
Well, the thing is to take the time away from the game. There's a lot of time remaining, a day plus another hour. A lot could be done this afternoon. He's out caught again. Simple catch to Edwards. Wicket number 2. 191 for 9 and another soft dismissal.
Yes, not too dissimilar to the delivery that got Orlando James caught on bowl again by Ray and Edwards. So that delivery that he's looking to pitch all the way up to the toe of the bat is working out well for him. He's attacking the stumps.
He's hitting it just in front of the batters, just about half volley length.
Yes, and the other thing is both batters were on the back foot, really, not looking to push out to deliveries. So maybe some sort of deception of the surface. We saw the bemusement from Orlando James when he was dismissed, looking at the wicket, the fashion he was dismissed. So something to look forward to when the Jamaican teams bat if something similar happens when they're batting?
I think the ball is just holding in the surface, really. It's slow already, and it just popped somewhat. He was through the shot before the ball got to him, and really offered an easy catch to Edwards, who took his second catch, really. Similar fashion. And Trinidad and Tobago now, after the break, 191, the 191 for 7, they are 191 for 9.
So the new
How
batter,
things have changed.
yes, but the new batter is for Ali. Trinidad and Tobago will still feel comfortable because they have a lead to work with. Small lead, but it's still something for them to take to the 3. And you mentioned if, well, once day 2 finishes without any more drama.
I think there would be a few more dramas going into the last hour of this second day. You have seen a whole different approach here by Trinidad and Tobago. Coming back after the break, 191 for 7. They have lost 2 wickets without scoring a run. Compliments to Edwards. This one is played nicely off the pads. Tumbling save by the man at mid-wicket. Keeping things intact, tight, as it gets a little darker out there. Hopefully there will be no more interruptions. But even with that lead, there's a lot of time in this game. Trinidad, yes, they are ahead. But time will tell as to how this game plays out. Oh, he's bowled. All ends up. Yorker length. Hits the stumps. Leg stump. Jamaica has wrapped things up. 191 all out. The Trinidadians, they have not added a run since they have returned, and they are now out at 191 all out. Edwards picking up all 3 wickets.
And Edwards just following a similar model to what Agard bowled in his spell against Jamaica. Bowled everything full and straight, looking to pitch it up, looking to york the batters, and it has paid off to be a success in the end for Ray and Edwards, cleaning up the tail or the lower or the batters, picking up 3 wickets after he went wicketless in the first few sessions of the day.
Well, good comeback here by Edwards, wrapping things up without a run being scored. And remember, on day 1, Jamaica won the toss and elected to bat. They scored 152, 152 for 9 declared. And now they have bowled out Trinidad and Tobago for 191. Trinidad getting 4 innings points, really. And good effort by Edwards to dismiss the Trinidadian team here as we get ready for the Jamaican second innings. Just to remind you of what happened during the day. Trinidad yesterday finished the day on 44 for 1, losing a wicket at the stroke of close of play. Came back this morning, lost 2 early wickets, and now they have been bowled out for 191. 191. So we will take a break here and return as Jamaica starts innings number 2 on day number 2 at Arnesville playing field. Remember, you're listening to West Indies under 19 cricket here at Arnesville playing field. Rising Stars in the beautiful Arnesville. We'll be back when the Jamaican innings continues.
Welcome back to Annisville Cricket Ground. Jamaica about to start their second innings. Trinidad and Tobago, they were bowled out for 191 runs, getting 39 runs lead in this game. Jason Agard has the ball in hand. Adrian Ware to face the first delivery, and he has Marlon Powell at the non-strikers end. Ken Roy, welcome back.
Thank you, Stacey-Ann. Welcome back to the viewers. 39 important runs on the board for Trinidad and Tobago.
Indeed so, and I know the bowlers will be thinking they have something to work with. Immediately they see this sort of feel that they have set just one slip on the man at gully. So you know that Agard is mainly going to be straight. Well, I would like to believe so, given the field setting.
He would be advised to do so. This wicket keeping law as well.
So bang and target is Agard right away. First delivery was a bit too wide. That one was much better, straighter. Adrian Ware defended well. Shape away from the right-hander. I think that Trinidad and Tobago, they'll still be happy that they were able to get a lead. It's good batting from Rajiv Ramnath to score 65 runs in that innings. They were able to form good partnerships along the way as well. He formed a helpful partnership with Andrew Rambaran, Joshua Davis. It's good signs for Trinidad and Tobago, so they'll definitely be pumped up with that 39 runs lead that they have.
But even with not 39 runs, they have to play some sensible cricket as well. Can't allow the Jamaicans to get away here this evening, because there's like an hour play. Based on how thing normally goes, we could be having a very interesting day's play tomorrow, based on the end of play today. If the Jamaicans do get the 39 this evening.
So extremely wide delivery. Signal wide by umpire Ryan Banwari as well. So a bit off his radar to start with. Remember yesterday he started here at the commentary booth end. Couldn't quite line things up. When he came from the Beckway end, that's when he had more control. That's better. Bit too much width still. Just need to tighten it up a bit more on that fourth stump line. A nice finish to the over. So just one run coming off that over by way of an extra, a wide. So instead of Abdul Rahman Juman, where we have seen open the bowling in partnership with Jason Agard, even in the 50 overs. He opened the bowling against Jamaica in the first innings here. They've gone with Fariz Ali to partner Jason Agard with the new ball. He played, can't find the gap on that occasion. A bit of bonks from Ali to start.
It's a bad start there by Ali. Just on the off stump. 2 slips. Square cover. Short extra cover. Trinidadians basically on the defensive already, really. Looking to bowl wicket to wicket.
The shin outside the off stump. There is Marlon Powell. So Powell in the first innings, he really looked to get after the bowling, but his innings really went nowhere. He was only able to score 12 or 48 deliveries. Looking to make amends and put a better score for himself and Jamaica on the board.
Well, the Jamaicans can come into this innings not being positive, just looking to hang around. They have to be positive. There's a and another day to bat, and that takes a lot of batting, really. They are 39 runs ahead, so you have to be positive in your approach here, the Jamaicans, and see how well you could get through this evening and come back tomorrow without losing a wicket, or trying to get rid of that 39 runs and start batting in the morning.
Yeah, and this last passage of play today, you really need to be switched on as a batter. Looking for a short delivery, too short, and signal wide.
Looking for some extra pace there. As umpire signal one over the shoulder, bounce before they get to the wicket keeper. Probably just being excited to have that new ball in his hands. Probably don't happen on a regular basis. But
2 deliveries that he bowled prior to that bouncer is really what he should be bowling. So Powell floated with danger outside the half stump to one of the deliveries. This one is pulled. Not sure if he connected well. Yes, it just plugs in the outfield. He picks up 2 runs.
short delivery, really. And he just pounced on that, pulled it over mid-on. Didn't get to the fence. A little bit saggy on that side. Slow outfield as well, because of the constant rain overnight and during the day. Didn't run off the surface. But he has to bowl a better length than that.
So that's a much better area from Ali, where he should be looking to bowl. Not sure bowling short is going to bring you much reward on this surface. Not the type of surface that's going to hurry the batters. They have enough time to get on the back foot and play their shots. And having said that, one can just top edge and the batters can lose their concentration and give it away, but I much prefer to see the bowlers just trying to bowl in that corridor of uncertainty. Timed nicely, but straight to that fielder, Orlando James at mid-off to end the over. It's 4 after 2 overs without loss.
Well, slow start for Jamaica. As mentioned before, just about less than an hour to go. Looking to survive this evening and come back in the morning, but not taking much risk at all. Not advised to do so. With a whole day's play remaining and 39 runs ahead, really. They have to be very careful as to how they go about business this evening, trying not to lose a wicket. Trinidad will have some different things in their heads, trying to execute here, pick up a wicket or two, put the Jamaicans under pressure coming back into the last day.
I've never played any longer format of cricket, but Martin, I suspect when you see the lead start dwindling down, you start to see it gets closer and closer to parity. I mean, what's that feeling like? Is there some sense of nerves or?
Cricket, you have to be confident when playing cricket. what you're about. You have to erase that lead first before you start scoring. That is your first target. Jamaica will be looking to do that. Then you bat session by session as the day goes on. You have to remember that you're chasing the 8 ball, as Jamaica is doing now. Trinidad and Tobago has won the first innings, so you're playing catch-up cricket. So you cannot put yourself in any holes too early.
A loud appeal for LBW. I suspect that's going down leg. And too high as well. Notice they've taken the fielder out of the cover area and put him in a leg slip position. They also have that man Justin Jagisar, popular figure under the helmet, always close by under the helmet, having a jig, enjoying the music that's on high nearby. They have that man at long leg as well. Somebody catching close at mid-wicket. So, a drive at that one, just missing it. Change of angle from A-guard as well. I think this is a better angle. Coming around the wicket to the right-hander.
Like his approach as well. Attacking, running after the batter, really. Looking to get wickets. He has a short leg, a man. He slips up a gully, a backward point, short extra cover, mid wicket. So he's looking to get amongst the wicket.
So he's too short, cut powerfully. Fielder gives chase. Andrew Rambaran, he'll pull it in. He'll pick up 2.
That was a short delivery outside the off stump and we stand up and punched it through the covers area. Ran out close to the boundary, but just saggy. Picks up 2 runs. He looks good. As the sun leaves us here at Harnisvale, it's getting a little bit dark. It is scheduled to end at 6. With a minimum of 21 overs to be bowled. The rest of the day. To show you with these conditions if we could get in that amount of overs. This year.
Bang and target again, A-guard to finish the over after being hit for 2 runs. The 2 wide on that occasion, finishes well. So 6 without loss after 3 overs.
Well, not bad going here by the Jamaicans. Trinidad have their nose ahead in this game. Bouncing around, joyful. Jamaicans playing catch-up cricket.
A better start from Fariz Ali. He's going for some short stuff in the over before, so lined that up quite well. So well played as well from Marlon Powell. Good to see Powell willing to leave some deliveries. He played at one that wasn't really there to play at. So now he's just had a thought about things and decided he's just going to leave those outside the off stump. Jamaica will be hoping he continues to do so until he gauge what the wicket is really doing in their second innings. This is cut powerfully. It's driven on the up really. Won't get to the boundary. He's timed it well, but outfield, as you know, had some rain around. So nicely played by Powell. Another 2 runs to Jamaica's score. Having a mid-pitch conference all of a sudden. 4 fielders. The keeper ran all the way down to Faris Ali to have a word with him. They've sent Juman back to the boundary, maybe in that mid-wicket area. So maybe a change of plans. They sent a fielder in the cover area who was at the gully region. Short pitch delivery. Hit high up on the bat, but landed safe. Now they decided they're going to put another man in front of the bat, maybe in the silly point area. So 8 without loss after 4 overs. So Agar to continue. The farmer wrong to Adrian Ware. Oh, he's driven this a bit uppishly. Goes through the covers, but he'll only get 2 more runs. Can't get value for your shots as yet because of that little rain period that we had.
Jamaica just chipping that lead off, chipping it off 1 by 1, 2 by 2. That's a target, get rid of it. Would love to have that 39 off the board by the end of this play.
a bit straight on that occasion, but too straight. So not attacking the pads of wear enough there.
We're having majority of the strike thus far in this innings. 10 runs to Jamaica's cause. Both batsmen are on 4. Fifth over being bowled for the evening. Overcast conditions.
Yeah, in fact, I cannot recall them switching ends since the start of play. I think Ware has faced all of the overs from Agard so far, and Ali, well, Powell has faced all of the overs from Ali. This one just pitches and leaves him. Good leave in the end. Just getting his bat out of the way in time.
Like good delivery there by Agard. Just hitting on the off stump, making some height as well, always some pace. But well left at the end, in the end, by Ware into the keeper's glove. So some good aggressive cricket being played there by Agard, but Ware equal to the task.
Are we seeing some delay in tactics from Jamaica now, Kenroy? See the batter Adrian Ware is just down there tying his laces, looking to get some time out of the game.
This is lace being untied. That's all it is.
It's not something that you would do, Kenroy. It was getting close to the end of the day's play. Would you go on to try and eke some time out of the game, or?
It's really too early for that. It's too early for
Half an hour remaining.
Yeah, too early for that.
But he's taking his time. Seems to be ready now. Could be frustrating to the bowler as well. You're at the end of your mark, ready to run in, having to wait a bit longer. So an angling down the leg side, searching for that delivery that nips back into the right-hander, but just swung too much and went down the leg side.
Yes, looking for that full Yorker length delivery. Looking to go to the pad of Ware, button pad of Ware. Has a plan, but just sliding down the leg side, taken by the wicket keeper. And immediately there's a change to the field. Davis takes the man out with the helmet and goes into the slip. So there's 2 slips and a gully, a cover, short extra cover, mid wicket, mid on, so deep square leg slip, or fine leg far left, or deep square leg stays here, in between fine leg and square leg.
Yeah, the umpire just having a chat there with Ware, not too sure what that was about.
Well, the light has left us. So maybe a little bit concerned is the umpire. But Ware seems not to be troubled, seeing everything as big as a breadfruit.
So it's 10 without loss. 5 overs have been bowled so far.
Would you implement any changes here, Stacey? Fast bowlers have bowled 5 overs thus far. No success. Looking for a wicket to take you into close of play.
Yeah, no successes yet, but I can't say that they've bowled badly. I mean, not a lot of delivery really had the batters flustered so far. But Agard has looked the most threatening. So I'll continue with Agard, and if Fariz Ali does pick up a wicket in this over, I'll probably look to go to spin we're losing light as well, so you want to encourage the umpires to stay on longer. So they'll probably throw the ball to Andrew Rambaran at some point in time today.
though they're going to bowl short at these batters. There's a deep mid-wicket square leg as well, halfway, basically. There's a man at short leg and short mid-wicket, a mid-on, a man silly point, backward point, short extra cover, and mid-off. So just that he'll be bowling body line.
Yes, and he's changed angles as well. He's going around the wicket to the right-handers. I guess the light is okay, Ken Roy, if he can employ the short ball bowling plan. Umpire signal 1 for the over also.
The umpire has seen that delivery, so he has signaled it. So the light is pretty good for them.
Hey. One is helped down to fine leg. I think it has enough on it to get to the boundary, and yes, it does. So 4 runs, first 4 off the bat of Adrian Ware for Jamaica in this innings.
Yeah, short loose delivery on the leg stump. He just needed to paddle it, get some bat on it. He did that, and he came down to the fine leg boundary. There's nobody here in that position, and he picks up 4 runs. 4 runs to Jamaica. They are now at 15 without loss. Looking to get rid of that 39 before they start scoring.
So he's gone back over the wicket now. Not too sure if they've decided that a short ball plan is something they'll no longer look to work with. A change of angle this time. Still looking to bang it into the middle of the wicket.
With the pace of this wicket and the way that it's playing, I don't think bowling short on this wicket is any plan at all.
Yeah, quite surprised that they've actually decided to go to that short ball plan so early with that new ball.
Wicket is not giving much assistance to the fast bowlers, but they have tried it, hasn't worked up to now.
This is the first time Ware is actually facing Ali in this over. In the first innings, Ware made 27 out of 65. Looked to be quite a measured innings until he swept one that went straight to the field at deep backward square. He handled the pace as well until the spinners were introduced. Shot again. Got something on it. Trickles away. They look for 2. This might be trouble. A better throw, and that would have been probably been the end of Ware.
Well, if there was a better throw, he would have been nowhere. But he makes it to his ground. 2 more runs to him, 2 more runs to Jamaica. Struggling there for the second one, 17 without loss.
Yeah, it's quite incredible, really. Powell instigated the second run when it really should have been Ware coming back to this end. Powell was ready to get back for the second, and Ware had just gotten down to the non-strikers end and had to hurry back. So 17 runs on the board for Jamaica. 6 overs bowled, and Basan Singh has replaced Jason Agard from the commentary booth end.
Well, as he replaced Agard, I will be replaced here by Mr. Cato. He is somewhere. As he gets into my seat, I'll take my leave as he joins Stacey Ann.
Yes. So welcome, Osneth. Yeah, they've gone to Singh Osneth. In the first innings, he went wicketless. Actually bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 29 runs. And as you mentioned, that wicket column was vacant.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Stacey Ann. As this
And right away, he strikes. That one was plumb in front for sure. Basically celebrated as soon as the ball hit the pad. So Powell goes, and the move to bring Singh into the attack has paid off for Trinidad and Tobago.
I think the move to replace Kenroy as well has paid off for Trinidad and Tobago. Brought a bit of luck. Good afternoon to you, Stacey, and all our viewers. It's a very good delivery there from Singh. I think it was a googly actually. It's just on about the off stump coming back into the batter. Powell there not making that long stride forward and was struck on the crease. Really good decision there by umpire Banwari. So Trinidad, they get their first breakthrough in this afternoon session. Jamaica, they lose their first wicket, 17 for 1.
Yeah, and Powell, he's a fairly tall young man. He has a lot of reach. He didn't use any of it on that occasion, being trapped on the pad. He knew it right away. Basically, almost looking down in disappointment as soon as that ball wrapped him on the pads. So,
yes, a very good breakthrough there for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
So the new batter, night watchman, has been employed for Jamaica, Rian Edwards.
Interestingly, Stacey, Rian Edwards coming into bat. Just around 28 or 27 minutes remaining in the day's play. Remember, play will finish at 6 o'clock today due to the bit of rain we had, some showers. Just around tea time, had a couple of interruptions throughout the day. So, on the late shift here this afternoon, but the cricket definitely has been interesting all day.
Yeah, well, he was not out in the first innings. So now he has to bat and protect TJ and Way and the rest of the batters. But Basan Singh will have other things in mind. Picked up a wicket off his first delivery. And the field captain has decided to have a very attacking field set for him. Lots of men around the bat.
Rightfully so. Vasan Singh, he hasn't had the best of matches, as you mentioned, 5 overs for 29 runs in the first innings. I think Jordan Johnson took a liking to his bowling, and the captain never really utilized him that much after that original spell. So it's good to see him starting a new spell, and whenever you get a wicket early in your spell, it gives you confidence. I'm sure he'll be a confident young man bowling to Rian Edwards, the night watchman here for Jamaica. This delivery is tossed up again.
Wrapped on the pads, but it's definitely going down. Everyone went up except for the bowler. Vasan Singh probably saying to himself, I have a lot of making up to do. He was a leading wicket taker for Trinidad and Tobago last year. Picked up 11 scalps, went wicketless in the first innings, and has put his hand up to get that first wicket, an important breakthrough for Jamaica close to the end of the day's play on day 2.
Yes, he had a brilliant tournament last year. He'll be looking to replicate some of those performances as Edward is coming forward and driving confidently. As you mentioned, he has a lot of company around him there. We have a man at silly mid off, silly mid on, and 2 slips actually. So quite a bit of chattering, good spirits. Trinidad and Tobago team. As Singh again is flighting this one. Well played there by Rian Edwards. Driving this one out to a deepish long on. So he's off the mark. 2 runs added to the total. It's 19 for 1 Jamaica in their second innings.
Yeah, another confident drive from Edwards. The first one was hit straight to Jagisa at silly point. And that time picking the gap nicely to get off the mark.
This one is turning, but slow turn as we have seen all day. Rian Edwards there, playing that one a bit nonchalantly there. Standing tall, waiting on the delivery to turn away. And just plays it out to the man there, Jagasa, in close. So confident start from Edwards. Once again, he's driving exquisitely out to the man there, deep cover. So he's definitely has a lot of confidence. He doesn't appear to be that night watchman tag that we mentioned when he first arrived. Good looking in the shots being played so far by him. So at the end of the 7th over actually, Jamaica, they are 19 for 1.
Yeah, it's good to see Ryan Edwards has the presence of mind to score off non-threatening deliveries and deliveries that are offered up to score. I mean, Paul was dismissed first ball in the over, and he came out there not thinking too much about the situation and just playing the ball on his merit. So yes, he's out there as a night watchman, but he has capabilities with the bat, certainly. And anything that's served up, why not score off of it? Should not try to get stuck in the wicket when eventually one might have your name on it.
Absolutely, as we see Rambaran, arguably Trinidad and Tobago's most important spinner throughout the 50 over tournament. He had a good series as well. So he'll be looking to add to that tally of wickets. Coming in from the Beckway end.
That one rolled, doesn't it? That rolled all the way to the keeper. Good stop from him. Getting all the way down. Ensuring that delivery didn't go through his pads. So Andrew Rambaran really started things for Trinidad when they bowled. Picked up the first 3 wickets actually. He had figures of 14 overs, 4 maidens, 29 runs and 3 wickets.
This one, I would appeal again. Umpire Mukan unmoved. I think that one maybe missed everything. But certainly a lot happening out there for Trinidad and Tobago in this mini session. Jamaica would definitely need to just keep their nerves really and try and get through to the close of play.
Yeah, and missed everything but the keeper, Kyle Ram who looked to effect a stumping. So quick hands from him. But Ryan Edwards was well in. Nicely forward there, Ryan Edwards using all of his reach.
Edwards taking all the time that he needs here. Not being rushed in anyway by the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. This one again turning past the outside edge. Very good over there from Rambaran and Jamaica in their second innings. They're 19 for 1. See the fielders are buzzing out there, rushing to get into their positions, trying to bowl as much overs this afternoon as possible to these Jamaican batters. A question to you, Stacey, and I was very surprised to see Ali starting proceedings, especially from that Beckway end. I thought Juman, given the series that he has had in the 50 over tournament, and even in the first innings here, he bowled reasonably well. I thought that would have been a better option, especially considering the way Ali actually bowled in terms of that short of a length bowling. I don't think that was really the right length to bowl on this type of wicket.
You said a question for me, but is it for me or Trinidad and Tobago's coaching staff? Yeah, that's what I mentioned. It was quite surprising that they actually went with Fariz Ali. But maybe they wanted him to bowl short spells to the batters because most of his deliveries, he tried to really bang it into the surface. So maybe that's a plan that they had to the openers. I'm not too sure. Speculation.
As we see Singh again runs away from us, tossing this one up. But in my opinion, Stacey, and if you look at the mode of dismissals throughout this game, I don't think any batter has really fell to that short delivery. And the wicket itself is not conducive to that type of bowling. So if you work out the law of probabilities, I'm an economist by nature, the law of probabilities, as this one is a bit wide outside the off stump, it'll come through for a bye.
Yeah, it turned, it bounced, and it got over the slip cord and head. A hand there from the second slip, knocked it down. Yeah, and I agree with you 100%, Osnet. It's something we've actually analysed, basically from the first day's play. that, bowlers are going to get rewards, bowling short, and you're not going to get a lot of edges to the slip cordon. So bowling full is the way to go.
This one again, he's going hard at this one, Edwards. You need to be careful. Don't want to reach out too much in front of you. Playing.
I'll just retract my statement, not bowling full, but bowling straight and a decent line and length.
It's the spell of both of the left arm seamers. Agard in the first innings, and we saw Edwards for Jamaica wrapping up the tail. They basically bowl straight on a fullish length and allow the pitch to do the rest. The uneven nature of the wicket in terms of pace and bounce, that definitely contributed to the demise of some of the batters. So that is definitely a plan which I think can work even in the second innings here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, and I can't say that Agard didn't try without effort really to get it straight, a similar template to what he had in the first innings in his second spell. But the new ball, more swings, so he was getting some swing. Every time he tried to pitch it straight, it was just straining a line down the leg side. So did try, realize with the older ball is when he came back and executed that sort of plan for Trinidad and Tobago.
So it's another over there from Singh. One run coming from it. And Jamaica, in their second innings, having made 152 for 9 in their first innings, they are now 20 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, stark contrast between the two teams at this point in time. Trinidad and Tobago, they rush down to the other end to get the over in. And Jamaica, Adrian Ware and Ryan Edwards, they're just having a chat. They're just having a chat about what they're going to have for dinner later on today.
Very much so. It is within their right to take their time. As we see Ware again taking his guard. Number 14 sporting on his back. See Rambaran. There's a man at long on, surprisingly, a mid-wicket. Deep square leg, mid-off, rather deep. Extra cover, backward point. Man at silly mid-off, silly mid-on and a slip. So Rambaran it is again, coming in from the backward end. It's flighting this one nicely, and that man there a bit deep. I just mentioned that a while ago, and gave the batters there the opportunity to take an easy single.
Yes, and they also have long on out. I'm not too sure if Adrian Ware is going to chance his arm here, unless it's an extremely ill-directed or bad delivery, and try to hit it down up and over the field, given the state of play and the time of the day as well.
We spoke about Ware in the first innings and the visible improvements in terms of his selection of these shots. We all know that he's an attacking batter by nature, but I think he was more selective in the first innings. Scored 27 of 69 deliveries. So he definitely took his time in the first innings, and I think that he will want to play a similar role here, considering that this is definitely a shortened session.
This is an opportunity for him to build on his score that he had in the first innings. Probably get a half century as well. He was disappointed with the way he got out. He rightly should be disappointed. Getting a top edge, basically sweeping after unsuccessfully sweeping for most of his innings.
Yes, that sweep shot has definitely been an Achilles heel for some of these batters. I know we've spent a lot of time speaking about the fast bowlers, but even looking back at Agard, most of his wickets were taken. In fact, all of his wickets were taken from the backward end. So I was thinking maybe he could have started from that end and brought Juman from this end, this commentary box end. But
Seems to be a preference of his to start from the commentary booth end with the new ball. That's where he's operated throughout the 50-over tournament, really. And even at Sand Hill playing field, he was coming from the farther end as well. So a bit of break here, as something seemed to have gotten into the eye of Ryan Edwards.
Stacey, how convenient at this point of the day. Just a few minutes remaining in the day's play. I mentioned a bit of...
Well, I'm not too sure, but I'm going to take his actions for it. I mean, before the ball was delivered, he had to run away.
I mentioned that it is within his right to take his time. Umpires can have a word at some point in time, but can't dispute the fact that maybe one of those flies just took residence in his left eye. There's a quicker delivery there from Rambaran. Well played by Edwards. He has been impressive so far. Coming in just to shoulder most of the strike, really. I think that is the job of the night watchman, to face as much of the deliveries as possible. And in this case, keep Ware safe and sound for tomorrow morning.
So,
As another over comes to an end there from Rambaran, getting through his overs very quickly, both spinners. And Jamaica in their second innings, they are 22 for the loss of 1. So 17 runs behind. Remember, Trinidad and Tobago, they made 191 earlier today. So a lead of 39. Jamaica currently they're 22 for 1. It means that they need a further 17 runs to overhaul this deficit made by Trinidad and Tobago.
yeah, and it's a tricky period for batters really at any level. I mean, at this close to the end of the day's play.
As we see Singh again, and where they're playing a very good shot, a risky one though, I must say, given this spin that we have seen in this wicket. But he got to the pitch of it and just walked it out to a deep mid-wicket region for another single. So he's safe at the other end.
Yeah,
While the night watchman Edwards was being compact, confident, selective in his approach so far.
you just mentioned selective.
Yes, I think that's what we call the commentator's curse. As we saw a big swipe really from Ryan Edwards, not too sure where he was planning to hit that delivery.
Yeah, we're just having a chat with him.
Just good to see. It's taking up a bit more time as well. So killing 2 birds with 1 stone here, the Jamaican pair.
So Edwards just losing a bit of patience. They're looking to launch that one down the ground. Luckily for him, he turned a lot away from the blade.
What will be the follow-up delivery here, as this one is flighting on the line of the leg stump. And Edwards is hitting it out to the man there, Ali, on the deep square leg boundary for another single. So where he's back on strike.
Not too sure if he wanted to be on strike. Not too sure he wanted that single. But it's another run to the Jamaica's total. So it surely is welcomed. You need to negotiate the rest of this over from Basan.
Singh very desperate to run in, but we're just keeping him waiting. As he's hitting this one nicely over extra cover, all the way for 6. Brilliant shot there from Adrian Ware.
Yeah, that is a top class shot there, launched all the way for 6. He's got to the pitch of it nicely, kept his shape, and hit it over that extra cover area. So we're just saying, if you bowl badly to me and it's in my area, I am going to put you away, whether we're coming to the close of play or not.
Yes.
Nice shot from Ware.
For the evidence of the power that he possesses, Adrian Ware. Saw quite a bit of it last year in this 3-day tournament. Not sustained enough though. But hopefully for him this year, he's able to just carry on some of the starts that he normally gets.
Yeah, they say youths are fearless. Some fearless cricket from the Jamaicans. Not allowing any opportunity to score goal.
Good end to the over there from Singh. Well flighted, but well played. Equally well played there by Ware. And it's another over coming to an end. 11 overs completed. Jamaica in their second innings, they're 30 for the loss of 1.
Change of gloves coming out for the batters. Maybe a message as well. There's no need for the gloves.
As I see
Gone back in right away. No change as well from the batter.
I think I've seen a small intervention there from umpire Banwari. But where and Edwards doing all in within their powers really to just operate at their own pace. As we see Rambaran continues from the backward end. It's getting dark very quickly as this one is edging. It's taken there at slip by the captain Joshua Davis. Umpire Mukan, I think he's going to consult with his counterpart.
Yes, he's not too sure if it was taken cleanly. I believe that's a discussion they're going to have. What I was just about to say, Osnet, sometimes these things can mess with your concentration. Thinking about how to delay play rather than...
And he's actually given out, Stacey, not to interrupt you there. And Edwards seemed to be very disappointing there. Do not have the benefit of a replay currently. But a delivery from Rambaran there, turning a bit. And there was Edwards coming forward. And is adjudged to have taken the edge. And a very good catch indeed there from Captain Joshua Davis. It was dying on him. He had to dive forward. He took the catch comfortably after consulting with his square leg partner there, umpire Mukan. They decided that it actually carried. So at the start of this over, good breakthrough there for Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica, they lose their second wicket. They're 30 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yes, and I'll continue my point, Osnet. Just before that delivery was bowled, what I was thinking is these two batters, they are trying their best to delay the proceedings of this afternoon as much as possible. And sometimes that can actually play with your concentration. You need to be switched on as much as possible in this period. So instead of trying to survive the deliveries by playing it on its merit, you're trying to find ways to slow down the proceedings, which is advised. We're not saying it's the wrong move, but it just seems like almost every delivery that's been bowled in this late 20 minutes or so, the two batters are just looking for ways to delay rather than thinking, you know what, I'm just going to stay and bat, and whatever happens here, I'll try to survive as best as possible. I was just thinking that 6 that Ware hit, I was impressed with his mindset, seeing a delivery tossed up and knowing that he can collect runs for his team, and went with the shot.
New batter. Agreed, totally, Stacey. And the new batter here is Jordan Johnson. And he's coming in a very difficult situation here. Just about 5 minutes remaining in the day's play. We've seen a man there at long on, surprisingly. A man there at deep mid-wicket as well. We'd like to think with just 5 minutes remaining in the day's play, Stacey, and we'll have a bit more fielders in the circle. The Trinidad and the Tobago captain, Joshua Davis, he sees it differently. As Rambaran comes in, and Jordan Johnson covers up.
Jordan Johnson strike rate was above 100 in the first innings. He scored 24 off 20 deliveries. So they put cover out for the areas that he likes to access.
He's driving this one, Johnson. He's definitely a batter, I think, that has so much confidence in his abilities that if a scoring opportunity presents itself, even with 4 minutes remaining, he'll gladly accept with both hands.
Yes, most of his scoring shots came via the sweeping. They have a man covering that sweep area, and they also have somebody at long on.
This one is a risky shot there from Jordan Johnson. Not the type of shot you want to see at this stage of the day's play. Thankfully for him, it took the inner portion of the bat and evaded Juman there at a short mid-wicket region.
Yeah, thankfully for him as well. They had to field the back. The two men at mid-on and mid-off, they've been pretty close for Ray and Edwards. But with the introduction of Johnson, they decided to push that man back.
I definitely think Joshua Davis missed a trick there, having his feet spread. With Jordan Johnson coming to the crease, haven't faced a delivery as yet. It's about 4 minutes or so remaining in the day's play. Not the best captaincy we have seen on display here from Joshua Davis.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You want the batters to play a shot. You want them to go at the bowling. at this point of the day. So you won't mind if Jordan Johnson, tried to hit 1 or 2 down the ground or even attempt to sweep. So you want to give him that false impression that he can play those shots by having the field up.
Agreed. As we're going to see a change of bowling here, Ramlal, which I think is a good move, giving him at least a 1 over. See how he goes. Bowled very well in the first innings. Took up. Yeah, took 2 wickets in the first innings. I think he had a bit more control. I think that was the impressive thing about Ramlal in that first innings. He exerted a bit more control. Normally he gives the batter a bit of loose deliveries from time to time, similar to Redwood, but he was able to curb that in the first innings. As we see another spreaded field here, Stacey, and we have a man at deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on actually. Interesting times as this one is played straight to the man that short leg, and a big wicket here for Trinidad and Tobago. So we was speaking about the spreaded field, but thankfully for the captain, he had a man there at short leg and a man at silly mid off. And Justin Jagasa, I think he deserved that. He has been there all game really. And a dejected Jordan Johnson goes back to the pavilion. A big breakthrough there for Nick Ramlal.
Yeah, I was just about to mention, despite he has spread the field, because Jordan seems to be the type of batter that's going to play his shots. He has kept 2 men around the bat. And Nick Ramlal backing up figures that he had in the first innings. 8 overs, 2 maidens. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 10 runs, 2 wickets. Right away, picking up that big, massive wicket, actually, of Jordan Johnson.
Massive wicket indeed. It was a good delivery as well, Stacey, and had a bit of bounce on it. Mentioned most of the deliveries from Ramlal will be coming back into the left-hander. Seldom turn it away from the left-hander. So Johnson there, just coming forward, playing at it a bit too hard, really. Hard hands. Took the inside edge, and a very good catch there from Jagasa. We mentioned that he has been in that position for the entirety of the first innings. And here again, we're seeing him there. He's more of that a specialist in that position, so he'll be pleased with that. And Trinidad and Tobago would definitely be pleased with this short session where they've been able to get into the batting lineup of the Jamaican team. Score is 31 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, and I must say, we've castigated the plan of Joshua Davis to have the field spread to Jordan Johnson, but taking it back, I believe that is why the wicket fell, because Johnson, a delivery like that, would have been looking to hit it out to square leg or even sweeping. But because it's so late in the day, he was just looking to block it.
Whilst I appreciate your point, Stacey, I still think that you can have some more men around the bat. This is actually going to be the last over of the day's play. I don't think you need a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket for Weatherborn having now going to face his first delivery.
Yes, well, no Weatherborn is there. He's a type of that batter that's willing to give himself a chance, really, soak up some dot deliveries before he gets going. So they can look to bring in the field to a batter like Weatherborn.
This one getting a bit of bounce once again. I think that was a straighter delivery there from Ramla. The one actually attempted to turn away from the batter. So a lot happening out there for Trinidad and Tobago this afternoon. They would be hoping that we had lights here at Annisvale playing field and we can continue till 9 tonight.
That's not in the playing conditions. We can't go until 9. But, I mean, good pace and bounce from the youngster, Ramlal. I mean, I'll be encouraged to have 2 slips in, somebody at silly point as well. And there you go, right away. The skippers decided, yes, I'm going to put somebody else in front of the eye line of Weatherburn.
I think he's about 4 deliveries too late, Stacey.
Yeah, you can have a slip and a leg slip as well. There's an extra slip and a leg slip as well.
There's a whole saying, better late than never. So Ramlal again with his tails up. This time a bit quicker this time. Batter there, Weatherburn had to kick that one away. A good Yorker length delivery there.
Man, Weatherburn might be playing the wrong sport. So Messi style kick there. Surely would have gone into the goal if there was a goal post up there, Osnet.
Definitely so, as we're seeing more fielders making their way into the circle. Bit belatedly, but so there's a man there at silly mid on, 2 slips, backward point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, and a mid wicket. This is a much better field, Stacey, and this is more in line with what we were calling for, given the state of the game at this point in time.
Yeah, I also want a leg slip still, because he's getting some bonks as well. If he gets that bonks on the leg stump, Weatherborn might look to turn it and the leg slip might come into play. But that's something for them to think about in the next over if he continues to get bonks. So another over being bowled. Andrew Rambaran, Trinidad and Tobago, they'll be loving this. Have another chance to get a breakthrough. This might actually be the last over of the day's play.
So just around 3 minutes past 6 here, Stacey, here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Remember, we're bringing you live coverage of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 19 tournament. Game played between 2 powerhouses here. In regional cricket, Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago in the box seat at this point in time, I would say. As Rambaran continues, and where just punches that one down to the man there at mid-on, and there's no run.
Seeing that style of fielding from Orlando James, a second time in this match. He's getting his body all the way down to stop that one.
Another flighty delivery here. We're being watchful, rightfully so. The lights slowly going here also at the Arnesville playing field, getting a bit dark.
And more changes in the field. Have a leg slip now. Vasan Singh is in that leg slip position. The captain remains in the first slip.
Yes, this is better captaincy from Joshua Davis.
Agard is coming in tighter as well. So looking to build some pressure. What should be the last over of the day's proceedings. Looking to build some more pressure via the field setting here, Joshua Davis. Good proactive captaincy from him.
Rambaran will be looking for just one final breakthrough at this one. Is beating the outside edge once again, where they're just fiddling at that one outside the off stump. Better option for him would have been to just pick up the line of that delivery outside the off stump and leave it alone.
So another fielder joins that offside.
This one is well played by Ware. An appeal there for a run out. But thankfully for Jamaica, Ware has his right leg behind that popping crease. Some swift work there from the wicket keeper as well, getting the stumps back up and ready. That's Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, it's a difficult chance. I think it was Jagasa. I think the entire circle there, Stacey, and were jumping, trying to be a part of that moment. It was another good delivery there from Rambaran. There was Ware going forward, getting the splice of the bat. Good effort there from Jagasa, but thankfully for Ware and Jamaica, he's able to survive. Jamaica is able to survive, but not before losing 3 wickets here this afternoon in this final session. So, scores, Jamaica in the first innings after winning the toss and batting, they made 152 for the loss of 9 declared. Trinidad and Tobago, they put up an improved batting effort really, and they managed to get 191, a lead of 39. And we are seeing Jamaica in their second innings, they are 31 for the loss of 3. Stacey, on your final thoughts?
Well, Trinidad and Tobago are definitely in the ascendancy, picking up 3 wickets before the end of the day's play, especially getting that wicket of Jordan Johnson. 8 runs behind at this point in time, Jamaica. A lot of work for them to do tomorrow. Adrian Ware is still there. He's 18 runs. and Wedderburn is with him. So a lot of work for Jamaica to do. Trinidad and Tobago at this point in time, they'll be the happier camp at the end of day 2.
Definitely so. A lot to play for tomorrow at the Annesville playing field. Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to drive home their advantage that they've accumulated here this afternoon in this 3rd session. Jamaica, they'll be looking to these two, Adrian Ware and Weatherborn, two of the senior players in the side, to really build a partnership and forge a total that they can actually bowl at, maybe sometime later on tomorrow afternoon against the Trinidadians. So it's been an action-packed day, a shortened day in the end because of some delays and some interruptions from the rain. But we've had some very good cricket here at the Annesville playing field. Coverage will definitely continue tomorrow. Remember, we are starting earlier tomorrow, 9:30. So this is live coverage from the Annesville playing field in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 tournament. I am Osnet Kato, and we're signing out this afternoon.